future of capital markets runs on Bitcoin. Introducing Roxom, the first ever exchange where Bitcoiners can trade treasury stocks entirely in BTC. Get exposure to top Bitcoin holding companies like MicroStrategy and Metaplanet, priced in Bitcoin from the start. No fiat, no middlemen. This is what financial freedom looks like. Early access now live at roxom.com/treasuries. Built by Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners.
Today on the Blockchain Report, Bitcoin's back up over 121K, and Donald Trump wants to replace Jerome Too Late Powell with someone who hands out rate cuts like Oprah hands out free cars. Two more companies just went on multi-million-dollar Bitcoin shopping sprees. Elon suing Apple because his chatbot's feelings got hurt. Plus, we'll be joined by two special guests you do not want to miss. All that and more right now on today's show. Let's go. Welcome back and good morning, my Bitcoin brothers and sisters. This is your daily dose of digital drama right here on the Blockchain Report. I'm your host, Hank Hudson, broadcasting live from the Bay Area, where the rent is high, the coffee is overpriced, and pigeons have stronger Wi-Fi than most rural America. Yes, it is Wednesday, that glorious midpoint where you've survived just long enough in the week to start dreaming about Friday, but still have enough work left that your boss can ruin those dreams with a single "got a minute" email. Hate those. Now, before we belly flop into the lukewarm kiddie pool of crypto chaos, let's keep it classy. Hit that like button like it just told you pineapple belongs on pizza, and follow RoxomTV and yours truly at Hank at RoxomTV, because your phone battery isn't going to die from one more tap, and I promise we're more entertaining than your cousin's vacation pics. All right, let's check the vibes, the charts, and the collective emotional instability of today's sentiment in this morning's market rundown. Let's go. right, it's Wednesday. Let's see how the markets are looking. Am I going to be very happy or very sad? Feeling good right now. Bitcoin looking pretty good. Sitting above that 121K mark. Is the next big move on the horizon? Maybe. We'll talk about it in just a bit. Ethereum also having a bit of a day, sitting above 4,600 bucks a pop, looking good. Vitalik and Mudang are out there celebrating, but don't get too comfy. You got to keep your eye on the prize there, Vitalik. XRP sitting around 324, 325 a token this morning. Cardano's at nearly 87 cents. They're on the upswing. And Dogecoin is sitting at 24 cents a pop, up almost 2.5 percentage points this morning. In the stonks, what do we got? A lot of green grass here as well. The Dow Jones is up nearly 300 points. The NASDAQ Composite sitting at around 21,680. S&P is standing pat around 6,400. MicroStrategy's down about 10 bucks today. Michael Saylor, not his best moment, but he'll be fine. Tesla chilling at 341. Coinbase sitting around 326, 327 a share. Nvidia at 180, and GameStop doing what it does best with it, which is not a lot of much of nothing, at about $23 a pop. All right, so next up on this morning show, we are going to be joined by our resident chart shark and crypto wunderkind, Luca Pagano, to help us read the tea leaves. But we're going to take a break first. But when we're back, we got Luca, special guests, top stories of the day, and much more right here on the Blockchain Report. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after this.
Oh, it's beautiful, Hank. This is not financial advice.
All right, we are back with our resident chart shark to help us read the tea leaves of today's market madness, Luca Pagano. Luca, I've missed you. How are you this morning, my friend? Great to have you back on.
Hey, Hank, it's always amazing to be here, so thank you for having me.
Pleasure's all mine. Luca, right now things are looking pretty good, as Larry David would say. Bitcoin's back around that 121 mark. Ethereum is surging near new all-time highs. What are you seeing in the markets right now? Because while I know it's not financial advice, I need someone to tell me what to do. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm very happy for the market, Hank, because I think, honestly, the last movement has been a blessing for us. We've seen it here happen in real time. We foreseen this pullback. Of course, we're not owners of the future and, magicians or anything, but we're just, keeping the flow of the market. And it's it's been pretty clean, to be honest, in terms of charts. So yeah, it's always beautiful to see that, and we'll see what the market can give us this week.
Absolutely. And I know right now it's Wednesday. We're in that midpoint of the week. And we're
Yeah.
always looking toward the end of the week to see what we close at, because right now we are very close to new all-time highs of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
That all-time high is around 123 right now. We're only $2,000 away. What needs to happen, in your opinion, for us to maybe eclipse that by the end of the week or maybe sometime this weekend?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a very important question. And we can go through Ethereum and Bitcoin like separately, because I think there are different phases, to be honest. If we see the Bitcoin chart together here, Hank, I think we clearly got this second wave from $112,000 till pretty much now. So we're waving out there to $121,000, and I think we're at a very, very important level, because what we've seen specifically in Monday was this reversal, candle, which is to be wary about. I mean, of course, we can never complain when we see the charts like this, because we've seen, we've seen it go basically for the last days. We've seconded this second wave, from 112 to 120 $1,000. It's 8.5% almost. So it's beautiful to see. But we should be pretty wary on these $120,000, because first of all, I always love to talk about psychological numbers. I think round numbers are always psychological. So it's always important to note that. At least I like to see that way. So that's on the first, on the one side, but also to add to that, we've had a pretty heavy candle on Monday. I think we're trying, honestly, to cover it. If we can close above $120,000 for me today, that would be a great signal for the markets, to be honest. But we gotta be wary, because for me, if today we have another candle similar to what we've seen on Monday, for me, this is, signaling a bigger resistance for this, and we may need to revisit the mids, in terms of $115,000 for a pullback and see what happens. So that's, what I'm eyeing as the two scenarios. So for me, a closure above $120,000, we're strong, and we should be heading onto those all-time highs. And, I love the target of $135,000, so I'm not forgetting about that hang here. But we gotta be wary on if that comes rather sooner than later.
Yeah, no, I love $135,000 price target too. If I get that, I'm putting that down payment on my new submarine. Let's talk about Ethereum here for a second too, because we're finally getting close to the all-time highs of Ethereum, which we saw during the last cycle when Bitcoin was around 69K. Ethereum made it to that $4,800 level. And it makes me wonder, and I would love to get your opinion, do you think there's a lot more room for Ethereum to run right now, given that Bitcoin's currently at its all-time highs that are almost double of the last cycle when Ethereum was at a higher price than it is now? What are the charts for Ethereum telling you currently?
Yeah, no, that's why I said, I think we're at different paces in that sense. I mean, I see a little bit of a slower Bitcoin and a little bit of a faster Ethereum in that sense. I think, honestly, we've been talking about this for a couple of weeks, Hank, on the BTC dominance, which we can see in a while very quickly. But honestly, Ethereum is in definitely an accelerating phase, all the way down the peak of bottom on $1,500, all the way to now breaking this range it had, since basically we've been raging since February of 2024. So it's amazing to see that happen. And I think, honestly, already we're not an all-time high yet, but already this accumulation and breakout is liberating for me at least $5,000 and a half. So around the $5,600. For me, it's a very good area for us to target. Of course, we have the all-time high at $4,800, so we got to stay wary of that. And I think honestly, it's a matter of when, not an if, in terms of the all-time high of Ethereum.
Mm-hmm. Well, in your opinion, what do you attribute to this more recent surge for Ethereum? It was down in the doldrums around 1,500 not too long ago. We've seen this meteoric surge since then. Is this a result of some profit taking from those all-time highs we saw of Bitcoin? Is it part of the altcoin hot girl summer that we've been seeing? What do you think is the reason we've been seeing this? Maybe some of these Ethereum treasury companies popping up? Or is it a combination of all those?
Honestly, I think it started as all pick a bottom started, and I remember very vividly our conversation of when we were around here, because everyone was so pessimistic. Everyone thought this was going to zero. No one on retail and anything had to do anything, wanted to do anything with Ethereum, right? So for me, that is also very telling of a bottoming market, because what you want in bottoming markets, Hank, is no one wanting anything to do with that coin. And I think that's what we saw very clearly in Ethereum. We've seen in every peak of bottom of the markets in crypto, but this was so clear to me, at least. Like it's not that we need to handle it we need to target it in the sense of the bottom. What you want to see in these scenarios is the average was to hate Ethereum here, and that makes so much sense to me when thinking of a bottom, because of this psychological event, right? So I think what you've seen here is shorts piling up, which is also a great ingredient for a very nice short squeeze, And I think everything happened in this week where we surged. It was exactly we surged 39% in a week, which was insane. And well, then we all think, we all view what happened. We were watching it here. So for me, the best reversals, Hank, are the ones who don't wait, right? So that's what we've seen here. And I think Ethereum is not done. To be honest, we broke this multi-month range. And for me, we may find some resistance breaking the all-time high. We may wiggle a little bit here, but I think we're going higher, honestly, on Ethereum.
I love to hear it. So to recap today, Bitcoin can hold that 120 level going into the weekend. We might see some new all-time highs on the horizon, and it sounds like Ethereum's got some room to run. So we might see Vitalik dress up little Moo Dang in some new clothes with his new profits. But we'll see how things play out.
Yeah. Exactly.
Luca, before we let you go today, really quick, for all your chart analysis, where can our audience find you if they want more? Because this morning just wasn't enough. Let them know.
Yeah, you can see me charting at Luca at Roxom, Hank, and we'll see how we close today. I think it will be very telling if we have one more pullback or we're ready to push higher. So let's go.
Rock and roll, baby. As always, Luca, thank you for your time. We appreciate you and your chart expertise, and we can't wait to have you back real soon, buddy.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much, Hank.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but when we're back, we have our first special guest of the day, and it's a surprise. You won't want to miss it. It'll be right here on the Blockchain Report when we return. Stay tuned.
In a world far away. Nah, just kidding. This story begins in this world. It all started in 1460 in Antwerp, when the first commodities exchange was created, but the real transformation came in 1602, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange was founded. Considered the oldest in the world, it was the first to trade financial assets. Over the years, Britain expanded its colonial and maritime influence, and the British pound sterling overtook the Dutch guilder in the market. Thus, the London Stock Exchange became the financial centre of the world. The 20th century came, and the world got into some trouble. But shortly after World War II, the Bretton Woods Agreement established the dollar as the world's primary reserve currency, and the center of the planet moved to Wall Street. Today, we're traveling at the speed of light towards a new age, an era shaped by the consolidation of Bitcoin as the currency that will define the future of the markets. We present Roxom, a new Bitcoin-denominated market that allows trading all sorts of securities, commodities, derivatives, options, and anything you can imagine. Roxom, rock-solid markets.
All right, welcome back. It's time for this morning's deep dive with our first guest. Now, she is an absolute masterclass in turning vision into impact. She's the Chief Impact Officer at Paystand, where she's driving both their Bitcoin mining unit and the Paystand Foundation's mission to expand financial inclusion all around the globe. Her journey spans from engineering in Colombia to boardrooms in Silicon Valley, from meeting the Dalai Lama to building circular economies with blockchain. And for over 2 decades, she's been breaking barriers and empowering underrepresented communities, especially Latina women in tech, to lead in industries where they've been overlooked. And now she's here with us today. Please give a big blockchain report welcome to Alexandra Navarro, everybody. Alexandra, they are so excited to have you here, and so are we. How are you this morning? Thanks for joining us.
I am very excited to be here. What a cool studios do you guys have. Thank you for having me here.
Oh, the pleasure is all ours, Alexandra. We are so excited to have you on the show with us today. You have had an incredibly interesting career arc. I mean, engineering in Colombia, leadership here in the good old US of A, and now blockchain. What's the thread that's tied this incredible journey all together for you?
Oh, well, that could take your whole show, but let me tell you just a brief. Yes, I'm an engineer in Colombia. I came to the US 20-something years ago, where when I landed, it was very difficult to me to open a bank account. It was difficult to be an immigrant, to be a Latina, to send money to my country, to receive money from my country was a mess. Opening the bank account, I think that is something that really messed with me, because there are too many documents that they were asking for. It was complicated. Yeah. Well, anyway, So the journey started 20-something years ago from being engineer here to becoming no one here in the United States, to having a great professional career there, and then having surprises here as an immigrant, right? Like many immigrants, all the immigrants here probably have the same situation. But I was very blessed and very committed to break the barriers, not only for me, but for the future of the woman that I believe that we have not only the right, but we deserve a better future. So my career started by selling in a small store all the jewelry that you can see, that we love, to then selling flowers door to door, to then being an analyst in an amazing flower company down in Miami. And then when I came to California, it was such a journey, because I really wanted to be supporting more Latinos to become successful. And I also wanted to make sure that my own career and my own life was in balance. So I have a breakdown. I have the worst breakdown ever, because it was too much, right? I want to be an engineer, but I was a mom, but I was moving to a different place. So the short story is that I took a 1 year sabbatical. I was starting to check what was inside me, that I wanted to become successful and at the same time balancing my life. And I traveled United States and the world and study. I did my master's here to write down a book that is called How to Balance Your Life. After I wrote down that book, many things opened inside me, discovering the power to being a woman, the power of technology, the power of believing in myself. And I traveled with my book to Latin America, many companies, talking to people about what I'm telling you, right? Like how to be self-confident, how to believe in your mission, how it's okay to have breakdowns. And moving very fast to what is today, I went to this company, this NGO in California that is called Digital Nest, and I became one of the executives there. Digital Nest is a gorgeous company that supports Latino to go to the technology, people that don't have access to technology and have access to go to the technology after. And I was there for 5 years. I started my career in digital, in technology, in nonprofits there. And after 6 years, I was looking at Silicon Valley and saying, I want to become an executive there. I want to have impact in the world. I want something different. And then I am, of course, for making everything very short, but I discovered this company where I work right now, Paystand. And when I interviewed with the CEO, Jeremy, I told him, I love your company. It's a B2B payment network based on Bitcoin. And I was like, this is really cool. I don't have experience in Bitcoin. I don't have experience in blockchain. But I love that you want to decentralize the financial system and give democratic economy to the world. So how can I be part of this? And he said, well, we have this position as chief of staff. And I said, I love it, but I just don't want to be just help people to be more millionaire. I want to have impact. And he said, this is what we are doing here. We really want to change the world. And I would like you to start the journey with us and see how we can do that together. And after that, we started our foundation, Paystand, and the company keep growing. I keep growing in a company that is really being a disruptor. So it's a long journey because it was me, myself, who didn't have, that financial inclusion and independence with my own money when I came here, to discovering that through Bitcoin, through technology, through believing in yourself, there are many possibilities that you can have, be the owner of your own destiny. And this is why I'm here.
I love that. I mean, your journey is truly the personification of determination and resilience. So it's so inspiring to have you here and learn more about it. And now you mentioned you're at Paystand. Now, a lot of our audience out there, I'm sure they've heard of or used PayPal or Venmo. How would you explain what Paystand does in plain English to people that haven't heard about it before?
I will say two things. Paystand is the biggest B2B payment network based on blockchain, unknown by the people, which is cool.
Yeah.
Our clients are big companies, like like big enterprises company that they need to operate, and they need all the advantages of Bitcoin, which is free network, fast, expedite, and seamless transactions, right?
Yeah.
So this is what the company is and does. So in simple words for people, Paystand is the PayPal or Venmo for big enterprise companies in the United States and Latam.
Perfect. That makes a lot of sense. And you wear a couple of hats over at Paystand, right? You're both working with Paystand's Bitcoin mining division and the Paystand Foundation. And on paper, those sound kind of like two very different worlds. What's the overlap there, and how do you juggle both of those things at the same time? That seems like a lot.
You know that this is kind of like my dream, because I am an engineer. I am a industrial production engineer, where running the mining company is great because I can be an engineer, right? And then my heart is with the impact and making sure that we can change parts of the world that don't have the representation. So having the opportunity to be in both is kind of like migrating from my heart to my brain, and then from my brain to my heart, and that actually gives me balance. So I love it. How is that? Is very busy. I have to juggle from one to the other one during the day. I have a great team. We have a great company. We have great people working with us, which is very important. And both are equally important for two reasons. Why Bitcoin mining? Our infrastructure, our network is based on Bitcoin, which means that we need to make sure not only that we yield Bitcoin, but also that we can be part of the transactions, right? Like the network, that is the mining part. And the other part is the foundation, which we basically support around 14 countries around the world with more than 25 NGOs and projects, accelerating Bitcoin circular economies in underrepresented communities. So it's cool. I can't say that it's not cool. My job is so cool.
That's so cool. I mean, wow, it must be so empowering for, especially like women in the Latin American community to see someone like you rise up through the ranks and get to these two amazing positions. Like, you are literally inspiring the next generation of young women just like you. How does that feel? Do you feel like a sense of responsibility?
That's exactly why I came to US. I wanted to create a bridge from Latin America and United States. No more bias about we can make it. And when I see myself today, I see the responsibility that you were talking about. Number one, for my kids. I have 3 kids. And number 2, for other women, that they should be able to say, if she can make this happen, I can make further things happen.
That's amazing.
That's what I want.
Oh
yes,
my
we
gosh.
women, we can become engineers. Yes, we women, we can be in Silicon Valley. Yes, we can be disruptors. Yes, we can do impact. Yes, we have the responsibility to support our society and to make the change.
Right.
It's not easy, but it's fun when you enjoy the journey.
Yeah, I imagine. It's always, you can always make a greater impact when you really love what you're doing, and it's clear it is just radiating out of you, the joy that you get inspiring people and doing the work that you're doing. But you also mentioned you weren't always in the Bitcoin mining arena, right? And so it begs the question for me. I'm sure that you've heard there's been plenty of talk about Bitcoin mining not being good for the environment. It's a big energy hog. How do you at Paystand go about making the Bitcoin mining sustainable and more environmentally friendly while also being profitable at the same time? That seems like a tall task.
It is, and actually I know that was the story, and there are many other stories that basically said that this is not true. But what is important to us at Paystand is that we make sure that we work with hydroelectrical powers, for example, and with energy that is reusable and secure, and that is actually supporting the RIC to give more energy, for example, to underrepresented communities. There is one simple example for the audience that I want to share. There is one country in Latam that we work with them they don't have enough electricity to give to underrepresented towns.
Oh.
So we make sure that with our power, the power that we buy, we get into the curtailment. Curtailment means that the government has the right to turn off the lights, the power. Our miners don't mine, but we are giving the stability to the grid to give electricity to those underrepresented communities. So it's a win-win. Because there are many underrepresented communities that don't have electricity, and the grids don't have the power to run the electricity for 24/7, right? So with us, we buy that electricity plus, and we are able to turn off our miners. So they win, the government win, and we win.
Wow,
This is part.
that's a win-win-win, actually. That's the best kind. I love it.
Yeah.
And outside of the mining, too, you also help with run the Paystand Foundation, right? And you're tackling financial inclusion there. Can you share a real-world story where you saw that mission actually change someone's life?
Well, I'm going to tell you one that is happening right now. I want to tell you two, if it's okay for
Yeah,
you.
you got the time, please.
So one is right now we are in Colombia. Our team is in Colombia with the Arahuacos. The Arahuacos are indigents that are in mountains far from the cities. When we met them, they said, money is just for you people. You people are all about money. They see money as dark.
Okay.
Because everything is about money, and money is expensive, and inflation affects the world, right? Especially them. So we kind of like orange peel them about what is Bitcoin and what will be good for your community to use it. And after a year, they went to Peru, where Bitcoin is not a myth. Bitcoin is used by indigents and many communities outside Lima. And they were super excited learning how Bitcoin is not a cryptocurrency, is not blockchain, because they don't understand about that. It's about the values of freedom, of inclusion, and about simplicity, right?
Yeah.
So they start using it between the communities, and then a couple of weeks after, they call our foundation and say, we have 70 people in different communities, leaders in communities that they want to learn about Bitcoin. So we were able to bring My First Bitcoin, who is an NGO that we support, with the Arahuacos through another organization, another NGO that is called Tras la Perla in Colombia. And the three of them are today there training 70 leaders, indigenous leaders, about how they can use Bitcoin as circular economies and keep having the right of financial inclusion. Isn't that amazing?
That's amazing. Oh my gosh.
It's amazing. They just sent me pictures today. They were like, Alexandra, we are having so much fun. The other story that I love, well, I love too many stories, but it's in Peru, where we work with Motif. Motif is an NGO down there. Valentin is the CEO, a person that we respect and love. And he's been able to not only train and help communities to use Bitcoin, but the human trafficking is decreasing on women. You know, like when women had the power to have their financial inclusion and the power to control what is in their lives, they are able to be the provider for their families, so they don't expose themselves to things that happen in the world, right? So he's being able to make the change, not only accelerating circular economy, Bitcoin inclusion, but also decreasing problems that are actually in the real world. Like I had mentioned before, human trafficking and ignorance about the power to have financial inclusion. And the nice story is that our team is going in a month to volunteer. We are bringing 20 people from our own company. Every year we do that.
Wow.
Yeah. And we are all going to put shoes on the kids that we are going to help. We are going to be able to take trash back. We are going to be able to train on Bitcoin. We're going to be able to be with communities that really have needs, not only to learn about Bitcoin, but also to have support in many other ways. And our volunteers, our staff is very excited to go there for the first time.
Yeah, I bet.
right?
Wow. No wonder you love your job so much. It's like, it's a perfect combination of doing what you're good at and what you love to do, and then actually helping and inspiring other people to do the same in their own lives. Like, that sounds incredibly fulfilling.
It is, right?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't want to change myself.
We don't want it either. We don't want that either. And what I loved about the stories you told, and you're obviously a very gifted storyteller just by those alone. I mean, you host your own podcast, right? The Redefine podcast, is that correct?
Redefine is our CEO podcast.
Okay, yeah.
Last time I had the pleasure to co-host with him.
Okay, I mean,
And I'll help him with everything.
I bet. And, storytelling is such a powerful tool to connect human beings across, borders, cultures, languages, whatnot. How does that podcast actually help push Paystand's mission forward? Is it through stories just like this?
It's incredible, and it's really cool because the podcast started probably 2 years ago with a few people in the audience. And the audience at the beginning was more VCs and people in Silicon Valley, that kind of world. And right now, the podcast has thousands of followers and viewers, and is growing. And when we travel, I was mentioning to you that we are going to Hong Kong, so we are bringing the podcast studio there. And it's bringing, as you were saying, more people towards what is blockchain, what is Web 3.0, what is Paystand, where is the world leading towards, with people that just don't know, and it's okay to don't know wherever you are. It doesn't matter if you are a VC, it doesn't matter if you are an indigent in Peru, it doesn't matter if you are assisting for first time in a conference. That's the goal, to have Bitcoin, blockchain, and technology to better knowledge of people around the world.
Yeah, I mean, knowledge literally is power, as the old saying goes, and you're literally empowering a whole new generation of people. And it sounds like through that podcast that you've co-hosted as well, you're doing a pretty darn good job of that if you got thousands of listeners, for your show. And, the impact is a big word these days, right? And it sounds like you're having that across the globe, and it can mean a lot of things. At Paystand, though, what are the metrics or the results that tell you that we are making a difference in the world today? What does that look like for you guys?
Wow, it's different departments. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Paystand. Paystand being a big company, it's a holding group. So one is AP, which means payments for big companies. The other one is receivables, meaning getting paid your invoices. So for example, we have a corporate expense card where our expense card points are in Satoshis. How cool, right?
Yeah.
So you're running in the network, on the Bitcoin network, and on top of everything, you have Satoshis in reward. So results there are to make sure that people understand that every company has the right to have payments and receivables and invoices in the Bitcoin network. So we measure everything by results, by numbers.
Yeah.
So our company is growing fast. I will say that we process 2% of the volume payments in United States, which is kind of good. Big.
Not bad.
We are going to the path to IPO. Probably, I don't know if the CEO is listening to that, but it's not a secret. We are working very hard to double our numbers and our revenue. So this is kind of like in the Paystand. It's a company is technology that work fast. Is very aggressive in numbers, and I love that because thanks to that, they give to the foundation 1% of the profit, and then we are able to donate to the people with the NGOs that we support. So it's it's a win-win for everybody. The company works hard, but it's thanks to all the employees that are working there that we are able to support more than 25 NGOs around the world.
Yeah.
And we have in the group, we have other companies. We have in LATAM, they have their own results. The mining facilities and the mining department is growing super fast. We just have few numbers. We have numbers that are aggressive. We have to make sure that we are efficient.
Sure.
So it's kind of a cool mix of being very aggressive in numbers, which I love because we want to grow,
Right.
but also being very aggressive and generous in the way that we give back to the community.
Yeah, and we want to bring up your X profile here. As I want to talk about, I guess you have some cool photos from Colombia and Bali where your impact can actually be seen. Can we bring those up, guys? So tell us about what we're seeing here on the screen. What do we have here?
Yeah, we went to Bitcoin Indonesia in Bali, which is a very interesting community. I can tell you a short story. We are there with Jeremy, the CEO, and with the team. The whole team is not there, but we are with the Indonesia team. And Indonesia is beautiful. I don't know if you have been there.
I have. I love Ubud, actually.
It's gorgeous. Everything
Love
there
it.
is gorgeous, and the people is so gorgeous. But on the other hand, we all know that Indonesia has many financial, challenges, right?
Of course, yeah.
And after visiting that place, I found this young woman. She was probably 20 years. And I asked her, are you already coming to this Bitcoin Indonesia house? And do you know about Bitcoin? And she said, no, can you please tell me about that? And I said, just tell me the way that, what are your dreams? And she said, my dream is to be able to visit this island in Indonesia, and the ticket is $200. So I'm gonna say for 2 years, to be able to visit my mom in 2 years. And I said, can I ask you how much how is your income? How do you send money? And she said, well, it's too much. I have a great salary. My salary is $200 per month. And I was kind of in shock, right? Like saving 2 years to pay a ticket for $50. Sending money to her mom was 30% of transaction fees.
Right.
And on top of everything, she was working 15 hours per day. So non-stopping, 7 days per week. So it's like a lot, right? So I am like, this is a gorgeous place where thanks God Bitcoin Indonesia house is doing a great job, but we need to expand this to more people. So I just went to her and I helped her to open her wallet, and I told her how easy it will be for your family. I sent to my family money in Bitcoin because it's easy, it's faster, and it doesn't matter the inflation. So all of this to say that in Indonesia, they are doing an amazing job. They have a conference down there in September.
Oh, nice.
It's gonna be, I forgot the days, I think that is September 6th and September the 7th. We are gonna have a woman in Bitcoin brunch when more women is gonna be able to attend and to know and to ask any questions. I always tell women, don't worry to think, we women are now in this world, so I don't want to make stupid questions. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay to feel fine on a space where you can even ask stupid questions, and they are not stupid questions at all.
Absolutely. I used to have a teacher that always said, you can ask a question and be a fool for 5 minutes, or you cannot ask that question and be a fool for your entire life.
Exactly.
So it's always important to have that space where people feel comfortable asking questions, because that's the only way you learn, right? And I didn't know there was a Bitcoin event in Bali. Guys, if we can get me an invite to that would be great.
Absolutely.
September 5th, that's right around my birthday. Come on, Roxom, let's get it. Invite me there. So I want to talk a little bit more about Paystand here, Alexandra. You know, in the next 5 years, what is the vision like for Paystand, and what does success to you and the company look like in 5 years? What are you hoping to achieve, and what have you done to the world, or done more to the world, or impacted the world more than you already have in, currently?
Wow, this is a big question.
Yeah.
I would love to ask the CEO what is his vision, but I can tell you my vision.
Okay. What's your vision? What would you hope?
The vision is that we are IPO.
Okay, it's a good one.
Probably in the next 2 to 3 years. So in 5 years, we are already passing that moment.
Yeah.
We have right now, as I mentioned to you before, we have some holding companies that work to LATAM and here in the US and the foundation. So I really hope that we have more companies that believe in Bitcoin working with us that just expand to the world.
Yeah.
I really want to not only be in the US, but I really think that we are in the next 5 years to be in the entire world helping with Bitcoin other companies to grow. I really hope that what our company does, that is to have Bitcoin around our company being other corporations in other worlds. In our company right now, we receive our salary if we want in Bitcoin, our bonus in Bitcoin. We have the possibility to help others with the foundation. We have our infrastructure in Bitcoin. We have our network in Bitcoin. So we are a full spectrum of Bitcoin. I really want for more companies in the world to have the inspiration and be as we are. If Paystand can do this and inspire 400 employees, other companies can do that. Well, we're going to keep growing. So we are big. We are doubling every year.
Wow.
Every year doubling. So I really hope that in the next years we keep doubling that number.
Yeah.
And I really hope that Bitcoin is not only an asset in treasury, which is at Paystand right now, which is amazing.
Yeah.
But also to help others to start using it.
Yeah.
Because treasury is the first step, but we need to start using it to really build the network.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you know, I think a lot of us, I myself is included in this, got into the Bitcoin space back when for financial reasons, but the more information you get on it when you do your research, you learn that it's really something that's just going to make the world a better place for all of us in so many different ways. And it's so inspiring to have someone like you helping lead that charge for the greater good. And we really have appreciated you and all of your time today. I know our time is running short here, but before we let you go, is there anything we haven't talked about today about you or Paystand or your mission that you would like our audience out there to be aware of?
Yeah, I think that, well, many things. Thank you for this question. Bitcoin is the future.
Yep.
Is the present and is the future. In our company, our CEO believes in Bitcoin since the beginning, since 2011. And our company was built in that network. If you want to take a look of our company, paystand.com is great. If your company needs payments to be faster, transparent, and with no intermediaries, this is our company. If your company needs a credit card with Satoshis and expense dashboard that makes your life easier, this is us. If your company is in LATAM and you want to have expense and payables easier for your company, this is us. If you are mining, you have hosting facility, energy, and miners that you want to partner directly with my department, I am very happy. We are expanding to other countries right now. If you want to donate to paystand.org or be part of our foundation that has no agenda behind, is basically supporting circular economies, just talk to us because there are too many opportunities. Or if you just want to lead by example in your company, supporting others through Bitcoin, let's make sure that we do this together. I love about Bitcoin that Bitcoin is a community. It's a community of people that travels together, that likes to support each other. I will say that we are the only corporation in America that is not only treasuring or having their product and supporting, but also is looking to expand. We have a whole team looking for supporting others and keep growing. So Bitcoin, again, is the present and is the future. And for women, I am not the only woman. We have a group, an amazing group of women in the whole world. We run meetups, we run events all over the world. You are not alone. We have many women who are looking for learning about what is Bitcoin, learning how to, if I need to be an engineer or not. You don't need to be an engineer. You don't need to be in the United States. You don't need to be rich. You don't need to be poor. You just need to believe in freedom, in democracy, in financial inclusion. And if I could do this, you can do this too.
I love it. I love it. And Paystand aside, you, Alexandra, are so interesting, and I'm sure there are more people out there like me that want to learn more about you and maybe want to even get in touch with you. What's the best way? Is there an X account they can follow to see everything you're up to? And, you know, what's the best way for them to get in touch?
Yeah, my email, alexandra@paystand.org. Just email me. For us women, it's easier to do that. LinkedIn, X, just make sure that you reach out. Never, ever, ever stop asking for help. And I love to support others.
We love it. And we loved having you here today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for what you guys are doing.
This was such a pleasure. I mean, really, it was. And again, you heard it from the mouth of the woman herself. She is changing the world one Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining facility and person at a time. So make sure to check out Alexandra Navarro on all the platforms out there. X, give her an email. She provided it earlier. We're going to take a quick break, but when we're back, we got more blockchain report coming up. So stay tuned. We'll see you in just a few.
Security matters. Zappo Bank. The only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
So, tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
It's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name, and I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
But with such a valuable pet, aren't you afraid of losing him?
Losing Bitcoin? No, it never happened before, so it's not something I worry about. Excuse me for a moment. Bitcoin, stay here, right?
Bitcoin, no! Bitcoin, come on, little buddy, Bitcoin, I need you. Don't go.
runs on Bitcoin. Introducing Roxom, the first ever exchange where Bitcoiners can trade treasury stocks entirely in BTC. Get exposure to top Bitcoin holding companies like MicroStrategy and Metaplanet, priced in Bitcoin from the start. No fiat, no middlemen. This is what financial freedom looks like. Early access now live at Roxom.com/treasuries. Built by Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners.
All right, we're back. Alexandra Navarro, wasn't she great? Make sure to check her out over on X and on LinkedIn and on the Twitters and all that good stuff. She's wonderful, doing a lot of good things. So we appreciate having her on the show today. Let's get into it with this morning's bull run, though. We got a lot to cover as Bitcoin nearly touched its all-time high of 123K this week before pulling back because nothing kills the mood quite like being told you're almost there. Ugh, that one hits a little close to home. But that pullback didn't last long. Enter stage left, President Donald Trump. The president lobbed a $12.2 trillion crypto cannon shot into the markets, and suddenly Bitcoin's back near 121K, Ethereum's knocking on 5,000, Solana's up 15%, even Dogecoin is mooning 12%, and the entire crypto market just blew past $4.1 trillion. It's the kind of move that makes you wish your retirement account had a 100% crypto button. And what lit the fuse for all of this? Well, a fresh U.S. inflation report gave the Federal Reserve the green light to finally cut interest rates in September, with markets now pricing in a 96% chance of a 25 basis point cut. Now, Trump, who's been in an ongoing cage match with Fed Chair Jerome Too Late Powell, pounced on the news and let Powell have it on a Truth Social post. Let's bring it up here really quick. The post said, Jerome Too Late Powell must now lower the rate. Steve Mnuchin really gave me a beauty when he pushed this loser. The damage he has done by always being too late is incalculable. Fortunately, the economy is so good that we've blown through Powell and the complacent board. I am, though, considering allowing a major lawsuit against Powell to proceed because of the horrible and grossly incompetent job he has done managing the construction of the Fed buildings. $3 billion for a job that should have been a $50 million fix-up. Not good. Well, Don was as subtle as a sledgehammer with that one, and the White House even confirmed Trump is considering suing Powell over a Fed building renovation project because apparently nothing says monetary policy quite like an angry Yelp review for government construction costs. Regardless, traders loved it. There's the review. He didn't like it. Surprised he gave it the 4-star rating, though. Traders loved it, though. Bitcoin popped 2% on the day. Altcoins pumped harder, and Ethereum's now outpacing Bitcoin as people start whispering the two most dangerous words in crypto, altcoin season. Now, the bigger picture here, though, is if the Fed actually cuts rates in September and Trump gets his wish for a Powell replacement who treats interest rates like clearance sales, we could be looking at the exact conditions for another Bitcoin all-time high before the year's out, and the only Fed policy in history that traders screenshot for the memes instead of the data. And Trump Media and Technology Group is back in the news. Of course, they are the parent company of Truth Social, and they are making its first move into the cryptocurrency market. They've filed the First Amendment to their registration statement with the U.S. Security and Exchange Commission for something called the Truth Social Bitcoin ETF. The goal? Hold Bitcoin directly and track its price performance. And because this is Wall Street, the whole thing hinges on getting a green light from the SEC. Now, if approved, shares of the ETF will be listed on the New York Stock Exchange ARCA. Crypto.com is playing triple duty here, acting as a custodian, trade execution agent, and liquidity provider. Trump media says the choice was strategic, pointing to Crypto.com's industry reputation and operational expertise. The company's pitch is that this partnership will make the ETF both secure and operationally sound. Now, this is all part of Trump's media's broader expansion play. They've already rolled out the Truth Plus streaming platform and the Truth.5 financial services brand. Now, they want to offer investors direct Bitcoin exposure through a regulated investment product. And they're jumping into a market that's seeing increased demand for exactly that. The regulatory path is straightforward on paper, but only if the SEC cooperates. The Commission must declare the registration effective, and the Form 19B-4 filing must get its own approval before the ETF can trade on the New York Stock Exchange ARCA. Now, the SEC has recently sped up ETF reviews, cutting timelines from 240 days to 75 days for applications that meet the standards. Still, the crypto ETF market has its landmines. BlackRock, for example, recently withdrew its XRP ETF filing because of regulatory uncertainty, even after the SEC settled with Ripple Labs. That's a reminder that while Bitcoin ETFs have momentum, the rest of the crypto ETF universe is still a bit of a minefield. Now, if the True Social Bitcoin ETF gets approved, it would be a milestone for the Trump media and potentially a precedent for other crypto ETFs. It would also hand institutional investors another regulated on-ramp to Bitcoin, which could drive adoption among more conservative players who've been sitting on the sidelines. But for now, it's all up to the SEC. If they say yes, Trump media goes from running a social media platform to running a Bitcoin ETF with Crypto.com in its corner. If they say no, well, it's back to streaming, memes, and wondering what could have been. We're taking a break, but when we're back, we're going to have our second guest of the day. You'll want to stay tuned. Don't miss it. More Blockchain Report coming right back. right, we are back with our second deep dive into the day. It has been quite the treat. And our next guest is a true builder in the Bitcoin ecosystem. Someone who doesn't just talk about the future of money, but actually helps build it. He's the CEO of Thesis, the team behind projects like TBTC and Meso, and a longtime contributor to the open source decentralized future we all want to see. He's sharp, he's thoughtful, and he's back in the trenches with one of the boldest visions in Bitcoin. So let's give a big blockchain report welcome to the one and only Matt Luongo. Matt, welcome to the show. And the audience loves you, and we are super excited to have you here. How are you this morning? Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Hank. How you doing?
I am doing well. It's Wednesday. Bitcoin's riding high. I don't have a lot to complain about, and I'm super excited to chat with you today. But before we get into it, Matt, for anyone in our audience who hasn't come across your work yet, how do you usually describe what you do, and what is Thesis all about? Give us the lowdown.
Yeah. So we are Bitcoin builders. We launched Fold way back in the day. We started it in 2014. It's a Bitcoin-backed rewards card. That recently went public this year. And since then, we're just following this mission of how can we make Bitcoin useful, not just from your portfolio's perspective, but also like how can we use this collateral? How can we make it part of your daily life? So that's kind of the theme we've been following for years now. And I think, with where the market's going right now, it's fantastic, obviously, whenever numbers going up. But we also want to see a change in the world. And we want to see people start to take control of their financial life, not just by making more money, but also by not having to ask people permission to do things in their basic life. So yeah, that's kind of the role we're on right now.
All right, we're back with Matt Luongo from Thesis. Sorry about that little breaking. We had this bird that got in the studio not too long ago, and I'm pretty sure it's been chewing on the fiber optic cables in the walls. But we got Matt back, and we're going to dive right back into his journey. Matt, you can hear me okay?
I can. Glad you took care of the bird.
Sorry about that.
Very important.
Yeah, I know. Those sparrows are really pesky and persistent. So we were talking about, before we got interrupted there, the Thesis. And you guys, like a lot of Bitcoiners out there that are changing the world, are really, anyone who's doing the Bitcoin thing seems to be doing it for similar reasons. You're trying to help people and the monetary and fiscal futures of people through this like decentralized network so that we're not getting killed by inflation all the time. And I want to talk a little bit about your journey, because you have an interesting one. From Georgia Tech to the CEO of a crypto venture studio. Can you walk us through that a little bit, and like what were the inflection points that kind of defined your journey along the way?
Yeah. So look, I have good reasons for founding companies and bad reasons, right? One of the bad reasons is I really suffer working for fools, and it's just hard. It's hard to be an employee, and actually I say that my managers have been great, the few jobs I've had, but it's just like it's really hard to not have your skin in the game. So I've always known I'm a startup guy. That was my plan out of college, to do pretty quickly once I got a little bit of experience, and that's what I did. But, you know, what actually happened and got me into Bitcoin is I had this side hustle while I was working at a different startup shortly out of school. And that hustle was buying and selling gift cards. And I realized a lot of people have gift cards in their drawers, and they don't need them, and they will accept pennies on the dollar for them. And so I was like, okay, well, what if I did that on the internet? And it started out great. I was making a really good margin, and then I got deplatformed by PayPal. So this was late 2013. And so actually, even though, you know, I can have the sort of like Austrian economics conversations with the best of them, what got me here was I got deplatformed. And so I was like, okay, well, it wasn't, you know, today you have so many options for payments, but it's like, well, I'm going to try this Bitcoin thing. It sounds interesting. So I had never bought BTC. I hadn't even used the Silk Road. I didn't do any of the things that people from that vintage usually say. I got deplatformed and I needed to pay users. And so I switched from PayPal to Bitcoin. And in the first 2 days, we did $50,000 in volume. And people who were like, please God, buy my gift card so I can buy Bitcoin. And so it was interesting because then I went from deplatformed to accidentally debanked. Banks no longer wanted to work with me. I had to figure out how to get money to things like, to Japan from Mt. Gox. I had to figure out how to do bonds and like money, just all sorts of like instruments that I'd never touched before because I was just a normal dude with a normal bank account. And suddenly I was dealing in this like edge of finance. And so that was how I learned that Bitcoin is valuable, was not talking about the money printer, which I think is long-term value, but it was the short-term, which is like someone tried to stop my livelihood. And of course now PayPal is part of the industry, but yeah.
That's wild. And man, I'm really sad to hear you got deplatformed too. My mom keeps sending me these Baskin Robbins gift cards, and I never even eat ice cream. I got like $300 worth of them, and I got nothing to do with them. So I'm sad to say I can't use your former platform.
Well, gift cards are tough. There's a whole story there. Yeah, it's like, trust me, if you want to get rid of them, there's a way to get crypto. It's just going to take you a little bit longer than it used to in 2013, 2014.
All right, I'll have to look into that. But it led you here. So I want to talk about Thesis. And for our audience out there that's not familiar with it yet, what is Thesis and why does it matter in the world of Bitcoin?
Sure. So we're a bunch of shadowy supercoders. I think until recently, Thesis it's an if you know, you know brand, right? So we've launched products that people know. Fold was the first. TBTC is another. Tahoe is a fairly popular wallet. And then we recently bought Mezzo, which is a big one. But then we recently also bought Lolly, which is an early Bitcoin rewards platform that actually was competing with Fold. And, you know, so for a long time, it hasn't mattered who Thesis is because we try to speak through our products. But I think what I'm seeing is as the space matures, a lot of my conversations now are with bankers and people who are in traditional finance, because what we want to do is we want to be that bridge. We want to help people who bought the ETF, bought MicroStrategy. It's like, now, okay, can we bring you on chain? And so I see our goal as really making that top of funnel for Bitcoin wider and then helping people bring them down to run their own financial lives.
That's amazing. And you mentioned Lolly, the Bitcoin rewards app. What made that deal something you just felt like you had to do?
Well, okay, so there's a little bit of I've just been a huge fan, you know, as a user. I mean, as a competitor for years, and then as a user myself. So I'm a huge fan of what they built over the years. Lolly, similar to Fold, has made new Bitcoiners. It's helped people who maybe weren't ready to make a big purchase for BTC earn their way in. And I think that's beautiful. I don't think, you know, sometimes I think BTC is nominal. People think Bitcoin's for rich people because one Bitcoin is worth a lot of money. But it's like you can earn cents by looking at ads online. You can earn cents by shopping at different stores. And I think that's kind of the way that it should be. We shouldn't have advertisers preying on us. We should be getting paid by these people for what we do. So I'm a huge fan of that vision of the internet and what Alex and the team had done. And I just felt like, okay, well, we took Fold public. I mean, Will did most of the work, but I was part of it, you know. Can we do something similar with Lolly? How can we take Lolly from, you know, an OG Bitcoin favorite to something that is really pushing the boundaries today? And so that's one of the big things Thesis is working on right now.
That's incredible. And you mentioned, you know, wanting to get more people to adopt Bitcoin, and products like that give you rewards in Bitcoin, I think is such an important thing in helping get rid of that so-called unit bias that we're seeing, especially right now with retail, right? Everyone's seeing $120,000 Bitcoin. I've missed out. But if you scale back, and
we have so much further to go.
Bitcoin, right. If it goes to 1 million, that's a 9-10x gain over the next 10 years. You talk to anyone in TradFi and say, I got a stock that's going to 10x in 10 years.
That's
right.
Like,
take my money.
You know, it's funny.
Just one. Go ahead.
No, it's the entire. So the hard thing about Bitcoin, I feel like sometimes is everyone wants to make money, and that's not wrong. People want to make money. That's fine. Some people realize they don't want their money taken from them, and that's great. But I think what people are struggling with is, as Bitcoin becomes bigger and bigger, you have more cryptocurrencies. You have, we had all of 2020 and 2021. We had meme stocks became a thing. We just had a whole bunch of people in the space only to get slaughtered by meme coins. That was really depressing actually to watch, and kind of like change this entire cycle. And it's like, so everyone wants to make quick money, and I get that. But wouldn't it be good to make slow money that doesn't go away and that doesn't disappear? And so I think that's the thing with Bitcoin. You know, some people, it's funny, you can say, oh, it's only going to 1 million. There's not a lot of room to grow. That's insane. You know, if you change your life, if you're okay with saving and you're okay with taking 2-4 years to grow your savings, Bitcoin is a great opportunity. And I think we're going to see it gobble up more and more of these global currencies. And the people who are looking for the fast buck, and I mean really fast, like day trade fast, I think some of them are they're ended up missing out. And you see crypto Twitter now, Bitcoin's up at 120,000. Crypto Twitter's like, I don't feel that good, until they see alts. So I think that was a big lesson for me in this space is, you know, the gambling, a lot of people show up because that's what they're interested in, but you stick around because you realize, well, yeah, I do want my retirement fund, my safety, my savings account. And that's what Bitcoin is.
Yeah, it's almost like Bitcoin's kind of become a victim of its past successes a little bit.
That's exactly
Initially,
right.
It was associated with those meteoric rises that we now see in these, you know, shit coins everywhere. But it's like now it's the most, it's really actually a very conservative play within the space, but certainly a lot better than putting your money in the S&P and getting 7 to 11% over a year, where it takes 7 years for it to double.
Exactly.
Right.
No, well put. Yeah, it's like Bitcoin is about fighting the money printer, but then the invention of Bitcoin led to more money printers, you know? And so it's just a funny trade-off. And I think the smart money that will play in crypto and that will trade and do things like that, they're going to try to earn elsewhere, and then they save in Bitcoin. Smart TradFi puts their money into Bitcoin. So I think if you're interested in getting into the space, but you maybe don't think you have an edge over the millions of other people trying to make a quick buck, and hence you probably don't, try something like Lolly. Try something where it's like, okay, I've earned 10, 20, 30, a few $100s here, and in a few years that's gone up way faster than my stock portfolio.
Yeah, and products like that are just so important to helping get people acclimated, ingratiate them into the system that is still foreign to the majority of the population, even though it's been around for 15 or 16 years. And we have BlackRock. BlackRock is out there buying it up for their own IBIT. You know, it's just, I guess it always takes people to wrap their heads around and fully trust new technology. But as we've seen, it's always up and to the right when you scale back. So.
Exactly.
And you mentioned Lolly again, and I would love to get into some of your other products out there, specifically Meso. Can you explain that to me in kind of your grandma version? Like,
I can.
What is it?
Yeah,
and why is it such a big deal for Bitcoin's future?
Sure. So the way that I would think about Meso is it's a Bitcoin bank. So this is an old idea, and the idea is, I think this is like Hal Finney back in 2009, 2010 Bitcoin Talk Forum. So this is a very, very early idea. But the idea is straightforward. Okay, Bitcoin grows and it grows and it grows. It takes over more and more of the world's economy. We still need small other currencies. We still need places where you can deposit your money and maybe you can earn some yield because they lend it. We still need, you know, kind of all of these financial services, but they should be built atop Bitcoin. And that's the idea with Meso. The idea is that, you know, we're not telling you you should spend your Bitcoin. It's like people don't really want to. People are interested in using the technology. If you want to look at Steak and Shake, what they've done with Lightning and USDT has been killer. But people don't really want to spend their Bitcoin because you don't want to be the next person who's like, oh yeah, I bought a pizza and now that's a fortune. You know, you don't want to be the next pizza guy. And so, so the idea with Meso is let's build an on-chain bank for Bitcoiners. You should be able to go finance your home from your Bitcoin. You shouldn't have to ask anyone permission. You should be able to live your entire financial life the way you do with Bitcoin without getting on a phone, unless you want to, without asking someone pretty please. So that's what we're building in Meso.
I love that. And nobody wants to be the pizza guy, both literally and figuratively in the Bitcoin sense.
It's hard.
Well,
listen, Fold, we've had people spend over $500 million on coffee from Fold's early days as a payment platform. And it's like, you hate to see it. Now, no one's like texting me like, you know, you jerk, I missed out on generational wealth. But like, you know, when I do the numbers, I'm like, maybe let's stick with helping people earn Bitcoin rather than spend it.
I hope they were some good beans, at least. That's an expensive cup of joe. But you kind of mentioned something that I want to touch on here about people spending Bitcoin, right? Like you have people like Jack Dorsey out there that are saying it is imperative for us to
Jack
be
and I
using
disagree.
Bitcoin and right, but you have said you want 25% of the world's economy running on Bitcoin, which would be huge. Do you think that would require people to start using it more frequently as a payment, or is there another avenue there? What do you think?
So let me. I'll go right for Jack, and then also address that. Right. So this idea that. And I don't ever want to sound like I'm short on entrepreneurs trying to build something. It's just that I've done this payments thing. This is what we did with Fold. You know, that gift card business I talked about getting debanked for, it became Fold. And initially we focused on in-store payments. So in 2014, you were able to pay in store at Starbucks and Target and a couple other US retailers with your Bitcoin. And people did it. And then now they regret it. And there are all these questions. What's my tax situation? It became like a very difficult thing. And so I think there's this contingent of people that are like, no, what's holding us back is the technology. If Lightning is this much better, or if this, or if this, or if this, or if this, people will spend their Bitcoin. And maybe. I don't have any evidence of that, on-chain or off, that people want to spend their Bitcoin. And I don't think it's just because, my capital gains tax. There's a really big core economic idea. Like if you care about this stuff, here it is, called Gresham's Law. If I have $1 in my pocket, that's a paper bill, and if I have a dollar coin, the dollar coin goes out of circulation. People hold them, they stick them under their mattresses, they do whatever. They put them in piggy banks, right? And the dollar, you spend it. And this has been going on since Babylonian times. This is not a new thing. It got its name in the 1400s, but this has been going on since ancient times. And so I look at this and I'm like, okay, if I have Bitcoin in one pocket and USD in another, which one do I want to get out? And I'm going to get out the USD. I'm going to throw it at people because I don't want them to touch my Bitcoin. And so I had that object lesson as my career because I helped a whole bunch of people spend their Bitcoin. And then we all watched the number go up and it's like, well, I hope you replaced what you spent. You know, so I think the way that I look at it is, well, what if we could replace the US dollar with something backed by Bitcoin? And that's where I see Mezzo coming in. Like, let's have these stable coins that are backed by Bitcoin. They're Bitcoin banks. You can get loans against your Bitcoin. So you're avoiding taxes. But really you're avoiding making a huge financial mistake, which is having less Bitcoin than you should have.
Yeah, amazing. And you know, what I love about having someone like you on the show, Matt, is as a serial entrepreneur and founder, I'm always interested in how you go about selecting ideas to actually run with. I'm sure you're pitch stuff all the time. Like, what is your North Star or like gut check for when you're deciding what's actually worth building?
So I wish I could say I was better than like, would I use it? And I've said no to some really great products that have done very well because I wasn't the user. But a lot of this comes down to me, you know, for Mezzo, I tried to finance my home with Bitcoin 3 different times. First time I tried was 2018, and the lender was like, yeah, I love Bitcoin. Come on in. Stepped in my office, closes the door, and they're like, okay, sell your Bitcoin and come back in 30 days. I won't tell anyone. We won't talk about fluff. I'm like, whoa. This sounds sketchy. And, you know, it's like, it was sketchy. It was like some sort of like, you know, scheme. And it's like, okay, that's weird. That's not what I meant. I meant I have hard money. Shouldn't I get a better rate? Shouldn't I be able to use this collateral? So then we go on. Yeah. And in 2020, I tried to do the same thing. And we had launched TBTC. So we had launched a product that I thought could help. Wasn't enough liquidity. It was still too early. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try this again. So I come back in 2024, and now I take my Bitcoin, I put it in TBTC, I borrow USDC against it, I put half the house like in cash down. So that's pretty cool. I didn't have to ask anyone. I didn't have to explain it to anyone. But the one thing that was missing is my rate. So now my rate fluctuates based on how long people want to be, because this is how DeFi works, right? So like Bitcoiners usually don't know a lot about like raw DeFi stuff. They're not often on Ethereum and Solana, but the ones that are know, well, your rate will completely change based on if other people are trading and, you know, whatever their stuff is. So the idea with Mezzo is, well, can we give people fixed predictable rates? And that's what it does. So right now we have a 1% like introductory rate on Mezzo where it's a fixed rate open term. And so I'm getting ready to refinance my house right now. And yeah, so I think that's kind of how I choose. Like, could I see myself using that? Do I get excited about it? And then as I'm getting older, I guess the next way I'm looking at things is like, would my children use that? Because that's starting to be a helpful way to look at new products as well. Like, yeah, they're not going to finance their house, but like they like video games a lot. So
yeah. Well, you know, once the new GTA 6 finally comes out and they start integrating crypto payments in there, which it sounds like might happen, it's game over and everybody's going to be on board. I don't think people realize how big that's going to be for it.
That is going to be huge. But speaking of GTA 6, my kids think like around 6. We had a birthday party recently where we were like, oh, guys, don't worry. It's only going to be e-games. Somebody pulls up Grand Theft Auto. I had to dive across the room to like, no, please, God, don't. I don't want to have all the parents like hate me forever. So yeah, they're not quite to GTA age, but soon.
Don't let that lady with the short skirt in your car. You don't want to know what happens next. You know?
Yeah, I'm like, you're going to learn, like just from the title screen, you're going to learn so much, but I can't, not on my watch.
Oh, yeah, you got to play that after the kiddos go to bed. But my God, is that a great franchise? Oh, I grew up on that stuff. Now, let's get back to the. It's so good. Another question I have for you, Matt, is with all of these products or projects that you have at Thesis, Mezzo, TBTC, like, which one do you think is going to be the next breakout? Do you have a reasoning for that? Like, what are you most excited about right now?
Yeah, so funny. That's a funny question, right? Because on the one hand, like, which of your kids is your favorite? So like, obviously, I love them all equally is one answer, which is true. But the way that I'm looking at this at Thesis is I want to build toward the future that I see. And mostly we're application builders. We've done some infrastructure, and we've done some applications, but we don't usually launch a chain. We don't usually launch stuff like that. And so the reason I'm excited about Mezzo is because now I can be an application builder building toward the future, which I think is right in a bigger way, which is never spend your Bitcoin. And I think a lot of the stuff that we wanted to build, it's like, okay, but will people do that with their Bitcoin? No one wants to spend it. No. So I think Mezzo for us unlocks everything else we want to build, right? It's like, so let's start with stuff that's simple. People can finance their homes against their Bitcoin. Fantastic. I mean, I call that simple. I know a lot of people think that's like big fancy stuff in TradFi, but it's not. It's not with DeFi. It's very straightforward. So I think Mezzo is going to be the thing. But then when I look at like what would I get excited about as a consumer, I mean, the next version of Lolly is going to be pretty fire. And I think for someone who's outside of Bitcoin, it feels really good for me to build stuff to bring people in. So I think economically, I think Mezzo is going to be the bigger impact because it's helping people who want to buy homes and who want to have families. But I just love to see these folks joining crypto who thought, well, it's too expensive. I'm not early enough, and I love helping them with that.
That's amazing. And that kind of brings me to my next question. You love helping people, bring them in to the Bitcoin space, orange pilling them in your own way.
Yep.
In your opinion right now, what's the biggest thing people just aren't getting about Bitcoin, even though we're 15, 16 years in, it's 2025? What are people not understanding?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. So like outside of the space, unit bias is a big deal. You have people who are really smart and who know a lot about finance still get confused about whether they can buy a partial Bitcoin. So there's a huge like educational like missing piece there. But inside the space, my favorite misunderstanding of Bitcoin is that you know what it is. So I used to say I thought I know what Bitcoin is. This is the point of Bitcoin. And Bitcoin loves to prove us wrong. The system is what it does. Right? The system is what it does. Bitcoin is what it does. And it's not, I think Bitcoin should be for, I think it should just be for money. I think it should just be for JPEGs. I think this, I think that. Bitcoin doesn't care what you think. That's why it's so good. That's what a neutral system looks like. Your opinion is irrelevant. And so it's like, oh no, I think Bitcoin is a Ponzi. Oh no, I think it's going to zero. Okay. It doesn't care. So I think that's honestly, it's my favorite part about Bitcoin from back in the days of getting deplatformed, right? It's like, it is FU money in a really core way. And that's powerful. And I think a lot of people don't understand, like, that's something you want to have in your life. You want to be able to walk away and say, no, we don't have much of a society if you can't. And that's what Bitcoin lets you do.
I love that. Having Bitcoin's kind of the power to say no to whatever you want. That's a really fun way to put it. And I've had plenty of people, my family for a long time too. My mom started watching the show and now she actually kind of is able to wrap her head around it. But people are always saying, what is Bitcoin backed by, right? Like, what is it? The way I've been explaining it, and I would love to get your take.
Please,
right? The way I guess my best way is, it's the energy needed to provide a secure, decentralized network. And like maybe the value is in that energy needed to do that. There's probably a better way to go about it. And I feel like you might be one of the people to ask. What would you say?
I mean, there's so many. Yeah. So there's so many ways to look at it, right? And obviously you can pull out, Sailor's got some great truisms lately that are really catchy. I'll try to not plagiarize too hard, but like some of the ones that I like to think, Bitcoin is what we wanted gold to be, right? Mm-hmm. We use gold because we're not sure about current times. We're not sure about the state of the world. And so we've all just decided, and it's not because gold has utility. That's a lie that gold bugs tell you. Like, gold is barely used relative to like its actual price, right? People have decided this is where I want to save my money because I can put it around my neck and I can switch countries real quick. And that's huge. And so for me, I really like to use the gold explanation. I'm like, well, the difference is we're not going to find an asteroid or a new mine and have this thing, collapse. And it turns out, I think it's quite a bit harder to ban Bitcoin than it is to ban something like gold. So that's one, is I like to go the gold route. But then if they are interested in sort of like the future finance stuff, that's when I start saying, well, when was the last time you went to the bank? What did they say? Was it all just yes? And every once in a while, well, I tried to send a wire, and then what happened? Oh, and then a fraud department got called, and they said no, and then wait, is it your money or is it their money? And that's when people start to be like, it's not my money. Not really. At least I don't have control over it. So that's usually how I get people there, is like, you can talk about the grand vision of Bitcoin. You're always going to be wrong. But if you show people, well, yeah, this is the one place where I can move my money, this in cash, where no one can stop me. And I think that starts to open people's eyes up a little bit.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And as someone who's been in Bitcoin for a decade, you've seen most of the Bitcoin world evolve over the last 10 years.
Sure.
Are there any trends right now that are getting you particularly excited? The Bitcoin treasury plays, something else?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Let me give you a couple. So the treasury plays are, I think if you're outside the space, they're really interesting. If you're inside the space, they're pretty boring. I think it's great that we're expanding access, and I hope that these treasury companies have diamond hands. If they have diamond hands, then this is kind of the late stage game theory of Bitcoin working. So like I'm excited about that, but I'm an engineer and a founder, and so for me it's like, well, that's some really great financial engineering, and that is some good game theory, but like, what am I going to get excited about? So when I get excited is I'm like, okay, well now let's put those things back on chain. Now let's trade it against Bitcoin. Now let's trade it against a Bitcoin-backed stable. So I start to get like a little bit more interested when you can actually like keep these things trading over the weekend, and actually show some of the value of our space. But some other stuff I'm excited about. I'm excited about other assets on Lightning. I'm excited about Spark. I'm excited about Arc. Like we have some new approaches to different ways to use Bitcoin, BitVM 3. So there's a lot of tech that I'm interested in. I just think like the most important thing as an engineer turned business person is not the tech. The most important thing is people's changing relationship to Bitcoin and their changing relationship to their money. I hope that all of these people that have bought Bitcoin treasury companies, bought in the ETF, I hope they don't learn the hard way what not your keys, not your coins means. And that's like the flip side of that. Yeah. So anything that helps people go from a brokerage account on chain, that's where I get excited.
I love that. And you are at the forefront of making that happen, my friend. And I can't tell you how much we as all part of the Bitcoin community thank you for your efforts. And we are like so freaking excited to see what you'll be working with next, including what you got going on now. And I'm sure there's a ton of people in our audience who may not have heard of Thesis or your other projects before. What's the best place for them to get more info if they want to learn more?
There's so many. If you are not a whole corner yet, if you don't have a lot of Bitcoin, you want to earn more, maybe just a little start, go to lolli.com. That's LOLLI.com. But if you have Bitcoin and you're realizing maybe you should have a decent lifestyle and maybe you should buy a house for your family you want to start, borrow against your Bitcoin. Geez, do not sell it even at the time. Just borrow against it. And you can do that at mezzo.org. Yeah. You don't have to have a counterparty. You don't have to ask anyone permission. You don't have to have a credit score. And we would love to help you get into a home. So yeah, please check us out.
That's amazing. And Matt, it's been such a pleasure talking to you today. I really love hearing all of your takes as someone who has just been so entrenched in the industry for so long. If other people in our audience too were interested in getting more of those, do you have an extra Twitter account that we could follow?
I do, yeah. My last name's hard. Yeah, but MH Luongo, MHLUONGO on Twitter or X, I guess. We'll all learn to say it eventually. Yeah, hit me up.
Amazing. Well, Matt, I got to tell you, thank you so much for your time today and joining us in the Blockchain Report. Next time you got another project launching, we got to have you back on because I could talk to you all day, my friend, and it's been an absolute
I'm sure
pleasure.
It won't be long.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me,
buddy. All right. Well, you enjoy the rest of your week, and we'll be back with the Blockchain Report right after this break. All right, we're back with more Blockchain Report. Again, a big thanks to Matt Luongo over at Thesis. Super interesting guy, and he's building some super incredible things over there, so make sure to check him out online. But let's get back to our stories of the day. As Bitcoin's holding steady above that 121K mark, thanks in part to two companies buying the dip, or in this case, buying the non-dip. Metaplanet, based in Tokyo and apparently allergic to holding cash, just bought another 518 Bitcoin for around 61 million bucks at an average price of over 118K. That pushes their total stash to over 18,000 BTC, worth nearly 1.85 billion bucks. Their average buy price is around 102,000, which means they're sitting on a pretty tidy profit and probably sending Michael Saylor thinking of you cards and owe it to him. Metaplanet's BTC yield, which is basically their we own a lot score, hit 26.5% this quarter, following 41.7% in Q3 of 2024. And frankly, an absolutely absurd 310% in Q4 of 2024, 95% in Q1 of this year, and 129% last quarter of this year. They started in July of 2024 with less than 200 Bitcoin. Now they've got more coins than some small nations, all funded through stock acquisition rights and bond issuances. Now, between July and August of 2025 alone, they fired off multiple tranches of their 20th series of stock acquisition rights, ranging from 1.3 million to 9 million shares. Or in other words, they're financing their Bitcoin buys with moves so complex, even Goldman Sachs probably had to grab a whiteboard. Meanwhile, Smarter Web Company bought 295 BTC for around $35 million, an average price of about 119 a pop, proving that even tech firms with web in the name know where the real internet money is. Public companies holding Bitcoin are now over 200 and climbing, which means we're officially at the corporate Hunger Games stage, only instead of weapons, the contestants are fighting over a fixed supply of 21 million coins. May the odds be ever in your favor, unless, of course, you're holding fiat, in which case, can't help you. It's time for Socially Awkward. Run the stinger. All right, and one of the more fun stories of the day, Elon Musk is threatening to sue Apple because apparently the App Store isn't showing enough love to his AI chatbot, and that is unacceptable behavior from a $1 trillion fruit stand. In a series of posts on X, the social media platform he owns and yells on, Musk accused Apple of favoring OpenAI's ChatGPT over his AI company, xAI. Specifically, he claimed Apple is making it impossible for any AI company besides OpenAI to hit #1 on the App Store, a claim he described as, quote, an unequivocal antitrust violation. That's right. The guy who once accused OpenAI of being too woke is now accusing Apple of being too loyal. His AI app, Grok, currently sits at #6 on the US iPhone top free apps list, while ChatGPT sits comfortably at numero uno, sipping tea and counting downloads. Musk also posted a pointed question to Apple, asking why neither X nor Grok appears in the must-have section of the App Store, even though, according to him, X is the most popular news app in the world. He then asked, "Are you playing politics? What gives?" which is Elon code for "Why am I not the main character of your platform?" Grok, the chatbot itself, because of course it tweets now, chimed in on X to accuse Apple's editorial team of bias, claiming they favor established AI like ChatGPT over innovative challengers like Grok. Here's actually another tweet from them. It's wild that Grok has its own Twitter account. "I'm now the 5th most popular app in the App Store, up from 56 last week." Well, it's certainly proud of itself. Now, Grok was also implying that there was an unfiltered style and it's being suppressed for political reasons because of it. So yeah, the chatbot thinks it's being censored. Neither Grok nor Musk provided any actual evidence for their claims, but to be fair, that's never really slowed them down before. This isn't Elon's first dance with Apple either. Back in June of last year, when Apple announced a partnership with OpenAI to integrate ChatGPT into its devices, Musk threatened to ban Apple products from all of his companies, including Tesla, SpaceX, and X, which would have made the office Christmas party really awkward for all those iPhone users out there. It's unclear whether he followed through, but given that Grok is still available on iPhones, probably not. Apple, for its part, is no stranger to legal heat. In April, a federal judge ruled that Apple had violated a court order to reform its App Store. That order stemmed from Epic Games' lawsuit, the Fortnite people, who argued that Apple was abusing its monopoly on iOS app distribution. And Apple, they lost. Separately, the EU hit Apple with a $570 million fine for blocking developers from steering users toward cheaper non-App Store options. Apple has since appealed that fine because, of course, they did. So, yeah, the App Store may have some skeletons in its closet, but is it personally trying to hold Grok down, or is this just Elon being Elon? Well, either way, the world's richest man has taken a break from launching rockets, selling flamethrowers, and tweeting memes to sue Apple for hurting its chatbots' feelings. If that doesn't scream 2025, then I don't really know what does. All right, so I think we're going to have to wrap it up for today's show, boys and girls. As always, thank you for tuning in to today's episode of the Blockchain Report. Make sure to like, follow, and subscribe to RoxomTV and yours truly at Hank at RoxomTV on all platforms that matter. And we will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, same Bitcoin bedlam, right here on the Blockchain Report. We'll see you then. Sayonara.
Security matters. Zappo Bank. The only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
So, tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
It's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name, and I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
But with such a valuable pet, aren't you afraid of losing him?
Losing Bitcoin? No, it never happened before, so it's not something I worry about. Excuse me for a moment. Bitcoin, stay here, right?
Bitcoin, no! Bitcoin, come on, little buddy, Bitcoin, I need you, don't go!
In a world far away. Nah, just kidding. This story begins in this world. It all started in 1460 in Antwerp, when the first commodities exchange was created, but the real transformation came in 1602, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange was founded. Considered the oldest in the world, it was the first to trade financial assets. Over the years, Britain expanded its colonial and maritime influence, and the British pound sterling overtook the Dutch guilder in the market. Thus, the London Stock Exchange became the financial centre of the world. The 20th century came and the world got into some trouble. But shortly after World War II, the Bretton Woods Agreement established the dollar as the world's primary reserve currency, and the centre of the planet moved to Wall Street. Today, we're travelling at the speed of light towards a new age, an era shaped by the consolidation of Bitcoin as the currency that will define the future of the markets. We present Roxom, a new Bitcoin-denominated market that allows trading all sorts of securities, commodities, derivatives, options, and anything you can imagine. Roxom, rock-solid markets.
The future of capital markets runs on Bitcoin. Introducing Roxom, the first ever exchange where Bitcoiners can trade treasury stocks entirely in BTC. Get exposure to top Bitcoin holding companies like MicroStrategy and MetaPlanet, priced in Bitcoin from the start. No fiat, no middlemen. This is what financial freedom looks like. Early access now live at roxom.com/treasuries. Built by Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners.
Even with corporate treasury adoption, perhaps excluding strategy, has been peanuts. It's tiny compared to the amount of capital that could be deploying into Bitcoin, but believes it can't based on bad data. People's natural negativity bias, which has been exactly what happened with Bitcoin. A lot of the arguments that we used against Bitcoin would be impossible to use against Bitcoin if you understood Bitcoin. We want to invest in a basket of digital assets, including proof of stake, because we know that's better for the environment. All false, but again, these are messages that have been repeated consistently through the media.
You said there are about $65 trillion opening to this market. Do you foresee them coming in gradually and then suddenly, as we say? Hey guys, welcome back to the show. Today we are going to talk about Bitcoin and energy. We couldn't have a better guest for this. Daniel, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. Good to be on your show.
Thank you so much. Okay, so besides being a super famous actor and a New Zealand TV superstar, yes, we are going to talk about it. Do you mind to give us an intro and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Superstar is very generous. I think my only great claim to fame was I was on a TV commercial, which was aired multiple times per day for an entire year. And so, yes, I did get stopped in shopping malls and asked for autographs. But other than that, that was really about the pinnacle of my career, was TV commercials. Look, my background was I always thought I was going to be an actor. I came from an acting family. My parents were hippies, so my act of rebellion was going into the IT industry. And I ended up eventually, through being part of two different startups, the third startup was one I founded myself. We did a whole lot of things. We didn't know what on earth we were doing, but somehow we managed to create a success out of that company. Many years later, that exited. I went on to investing in technology companies. I got interested in this thing called impact investment, which is how can you use your investment dollar not only to get a return, but to create some positive benefits to the world, to humanity, and to the environment. Invested in a bunch of companies in that space, including a couple in this field called climate tech. I personally saw over 200 different climate tech propositions. I'll give you an example. So one company we invested in was a company who'd worked out that zinc recycling is extremely coal intensive. You have to use these huge coal furnaces. It actually takes more carbon to recycle zinc than it does to take it out of the earth. And they'd worked out that was crazy. There's electrical-based processes you could use if only you could scale it up. And so we invested in that company to help them scale up their vision. We invested in another company which was looking to make industrial-scale greenhouse agriculture globally, or horticulture rather, carbon neutral. So replacing it with the natural gas that it uses for heating and also the carbon dioxide that comes from natural gas they use to make plants grow faster. They'd worked out they could use a biomass-based product, and so we invested in that company. After a little while, we worked out that these were great technologies, fantastic founders, and we started to think, well, you know what? They're really only going to have an impact after 2035. That's quite a long time. I wonder what we can do using technology that exists today. How could we have a faster impact? Dangerous question. And was one of those questions that, having asked it, you cannot unask it, because that totally resulted in me pivoting the direction of my work. And I did some research, worked out that methane was in fact what the United Nations was telling us was our, in their words, our single major lever we have to reduce climate change in the next 25 years, alongside our efforts to reduce CO2 emissions. And secondly, that there were a whole lot of technologies we could use that existed today which could reduce methane emissions. But the extraordinary thing was that out of every dollar in climate tech finance, 98 cents went to carbon dioxide reduction and only 2 cents went to methane. And we're like, hang on a minute. This has been called by the United Nations the most urgent issue we have today, and only 2% of climate finance is going there. Okay, well, maybe we need to be doing more in that area. Where does methane exist? And it exists in 3 places that it's produced by humans. It's produced from farms, from the oil and gas industry, and from landfills, waste. And we looked at farms, we looked at the oil and gas industry. We said, yes, these are huge sources of methane. However, solving things is going to be really tough. Not to say we can't do it at some point, but let's look for the low-hanging fruit. And the low-hanging fruit was landfills. And we found that there were a lot of landfills around the world that were simply venting their methane emissions into the air. And the reason for that was there was no regulation and there was no economic incentive to do anything with that. But tremendous waste. Not only is it pollution, not only is it 84 times more warming than carbon dioxide over a 20-year period, but methane actually is responsible for 1 million premature deaths every single year. You're not going to be healthy if you stand next to an unlit gas stove a lot of the time. And for people who live near landfills, that's their reality. For people in the third world who work on landfills, scavenging for waste, they're continually inhaling methane. For poor people who live next to landfills, they're continually inhaling. It contributes to smog, all sorts of nasty things. So we thought, but that's fuel. That's fuel. And who do we know who could use that fuel? And there's a couple of answers. One answer is you can purify it. You can turn it into what they call renewable natural gas in the States, or biomethane in other parts of the world. That has a lot of problems. It's a very high environmental permitting issue. It costs tens of millions of dollars to create these big biomethane production facilities because it has to be pressurized and purified to such a degree. And then you get fugitive gas emissions when you transport that gas around to wherever you take it to. The better option is generally you turn it into power, which means you purify that landfill gas, and then once it's purified, you send it to a generator, and that generator basically converts methane into power, and then you sell that power to the grid, which is wonderful when you have a grid you can sell to. I live in Costa Rica. You can't sell power to the grid. It's prohibited by law, by bureaucracy. Many parts of Latin America, same thing. Even if it's not literally prohibited by law, it's so bureaucratic, it's virtually impossible to sell power to the grid. Other places it's possible, but it's very expensive because it's too far from the grid. You'd have to build out transmission lines, or you'd need a major substation upgrade to be able to take it to the grid. So we started to look at these landfills and we said, well, what do you do when you can't sell it to the grid? And we talked to an expert who'd been working in the field of landfills for 20 years, and he said nothing. Nothing happens. It just vents into the air. No one can do anything with it. I said, well, what if you had a customer he said, who would want to be a customer and set up based on a landfill? We did some research and we worked out actually there was one very unique sort of customer who was interested in that. And that was a data center operator, but not any data center. A Google data center or an Amazon data center, there's no way they're going to want to set up on a landfill because it has very high latency. It doesn't have a good internet connection, but more importantly, it's just not worth it because it's quite expensive. As you can imagine, power doesn't just come in some convenient source. You don't get this beautiful pipeline quality natural gas to turn into power. You have to scrub it. They're messy, out of the way places. It's very capital intensive. You have to spend $1 million per megawatt on these big Caterpillar or Jenbacher generators before you even get your hands on the power. So it just makes no economic sense for most people to want to invest all that additional capital simply to chase cheap power. You'd need to have a customer who was, most of their operational costs were electricity. Okay, so who might that be? We need a customer who doesn't mind locating in a remote place. They don't need a good internet connection. They don't care about latency. They have a very high percentage, maybe 70, 80% of their operational budget being power, such that they're going to want to invest all the extra capital to chase it from smelly, out-of-the-way landfills. Wow, I wish we had a customer like that. And then we found out we did, and they're called Bitcoin mining companies. And we talked to some Bitcoin mining companies, we talked to some landfill operators, we talked to our expert in landfill gas to energy power generation, and we realized we had a proposition. And we could get Bitcoin mining companies on these landfills, and they could be responsible for the reduction of hundreds of thousands of tons of emissions every single year per landfill, whilst at the same time, everyone wins. The Bitcoin mining company wins because they get cheap power. The landfill owner wins because they get the regulators off their back to reduce emissions. They're doing something good for the climate, good for the environment, and they're getting paid without having to make a capital investment up front. And we're happy because we're the infrastructure financing company who come in and give the financing to these Bitcoin mining companies who otherwise really struggle to get financing because it falls between the gaps of no venture capitalist wants to invest in them because there's no novel intellectual property, and private equity doesn't want to invest because they're just too small to be worth their while. So they kind of fall between the cracks. So we're happy because we get the infrastructure financing revenue, but also we're able to generate carbon credits on the back of it. So that's what I've been doing for the last few years, is looking for these sites, and it's caused me to move from New Zealand to Costa Rica because a lot of the sites we're looking at are in Latin America. And so that's pivoted me into this strange and wonderful area of looking at how Bitcoin mining can be a force for good for the environment and for the world.
What a story. It's fascinating because technology is never welcome, right? In your keynote that I absolutely love, by the way, guys, go and follow Daniel. You pinned it on your Twitter account, so you have to check it out. You talked about the example. You actually gave two examples. You gave the bicycle and the radio. And whenever they were introduced, they never were understood in the beginning. There was a lot of FUD around it.
Yeah.
Do you mind to elaborate? Because I thought it was brilliant.
Human beings have what's called a negativity bias. And thank goodness we do. And what does that mean? It means that given the presence of uncertain information, we assume in the negative, which is really important. And I'll give you an example. So back in the day, on the savannah, hundreds of thousands of years ago, if a human being looked at this animal on the horizon and was like, well, that could be my food, can't quite make it out, but I could be its food too, then the algorithm you'd want a human being to run would be, given the presence of unclear information, assume in the negative. Assume that you are its food. Why? Because the negative consequence of assuming in the negative and being wrong means you go hungry. But the negative consequence of assuming in the positive and being wrong is you run towards that animal, you get eaten. Not good for evolution. So for evolutionary reasons, given the presence of uncertain data, we must take evasive action. We must assume in the negative. Now, today, the causes of threat, of uncertainty, of fear and anxiety and stress are not large animals on the horizon. They are novel technologies on the horizon that cause fear, stress, uncertainty. And we have exactly the same neurobiological process that goes through that fight or flight response to technologies that we used to have to large animals. Our fundamental biochemistry has not changed in hundreds of thousands of years, even though the stimulus that causes those responses has. So this is why when novel technologies come in, we have this phase, and you can trace this back right back to the telegraph, right? And then the radio, the internet, television, cameras, mirrors, even teddy bears. I know it's not a technology, but it was some novel device, and people were seriously worried that teddy bears would interfere with the natural mothering instinct. People wrote FUD about teddy bears. People wrote FUD about the radio and the bicycle, the car. So all of these technologies, they're unfamiliar and therefore they're threatening because people don't understand them well. And same with Bitcoin. People find this thing that's unfamiliar. There's no context for it. It doesn't look like anything we've seen before. So negativity bias kicks in. That's the first thing. The second thing that happens with novel technology is you have this additional factor, which is it's a disruptive technology. So by definition, a disruptive technology disrupts someone. And it's not the way things happen that the disrupted just naturally rolls out the red carpet and says, hey, we've had our time in the sun. Well, I guess it's time for us to retire and go out to pasture and we'll just usher in the superior technology. No, of course they don't. They do everything in their power to continue to enjoy the position of incumbency that they have enjoyed for many years and in some cases decades. And we saw this with the bicycle, which disrupted not one but four major industries: horse and cart, riding apparel, public transport, major industries. And then we saw this again with the radio, which disintermediated live entertainment, the record industry, print media, major industries. And then we've seen this again with Bitcoin, which disintermediates, well, anyone associated with financial middlemen, remittance payments, central banks, large banks, IMF, big, powerful institutions, which have a vested interest in maintaining their incumbency. And because of the negativity bias, it's actually quite easy for the incumbent technologies. They may be clunkier, slower, less effective, less efficient. But one thing they do have is they have a network. They have often control of the media, and they have control of human psychology because they are understood, whereas the novel technology is not. So they can play into quite easily people's natural negativity bias, which has been exactly what happened with Bitcoin. A lot of the arguments that we used against Bitcoin would be impossible to use against Bitcoin if you understood Bitcoin.
If you speak to anyone who's not done any research and you say, oh, Bitcoin, they come up with the usual, oh, it's consuming a lot of energy, it's used by illegal trafficker and all that kind of stuff because someone has to implant it in their brains, right? Like you said. Do you think this is why institutional investors commonly believe that they can't invest in Bitcoin?
Yes, in a nutshell. If you look at the reasons, even that large institutional investors, even pension funds, even sovereign funds, typically do not invest in Bitcoin, it has nothing to do with having done analysis and coming up with an informed decision. It has everything to do with optics and with historical biases and historical messaging. And a lot of the exact messages you'll have is, yes, we're concerned about its use in illicit funds. We're concerned about its ESG footprint. We want to invest in a basket of digital assets, including proof of stake, because we know that's better for the environment. All false. But again, these are messages that have been repeated consistently through the media, particularly between 2018 and 2022 for the environmental message, and between 2014 right up till the present day in terms of the use of illicit funds. So these messages are very pervasive and they're not going to go away in a big hurry. And what happens in the media is as they realize these messages are incorrect, they don't start publishing the opposite message straight away in the same volume. They don't say, sorry, we've been misinforming you for the last 5 years, 6 years, 10 years. They just stop reporting. So you still have that momentum, that legacy of that past messaging to contend with, which has an impact. For example, the environmental message in the media has changed. Fantastic. Great. Now the messaging in mainstream media is predominantly positive when it comes to environmental impact of Bitcoin. There's around 18 mainstream newspapers who have now reported positive environmental messaging about Bitcoin. The last one that picked up a report which turned out to be junk science was late 2023, which was the BBC. No one's touched that sort of junk reporting on Bitcoin since, talking about environmental impact. There's been a major change. But look, just because you stop drinking from a poison well, there's a well, someone's stopped putting poison in it. Now, it doesn't mean that everyone who drank from that well is suddenly healed, and it doesn't mean you don't have the legacy of the poison that was poured into that well in the past. So in the same way, it takes a long time for the system to heal, for people to understand the new message. In education, it's harder to retrain people than it is to train them. So if you're meeting with people who are not ignorant about Bitcoin, but they believe they know something which in fact is false, then you have to start unpicking a lot of those beliefs which were anchored in incorrect data before you can even start to have a rational conversation. So it takes a little more time.
I agree. Time and education is probably the best ingredients to cure this, and patience, right?
Yep. And a lot of empathy too. A lot of seeing, because look, I was a skeptic when I first came across Bitcoin. So I was the phenomenon I'm describing. I'm not trying to make out that I'm somehow above these human frailties. I was exactly the same. I was as guilty of it as a lot of people. My initial understanding of Bitcoin, or false understanding, was number one, looks like a purely speculative asset, doesn't look like it has any other value to humanity. And number two, it looks like it uses a lot of energy. Well, that's bad for the environment. Now, it turned out that it had a lot of utility beyond speculative asset. I just didn't know that. And it also turned out that, yes, whilst it uses a lot of energy, I didn't understand the nuance because I wasn't energy literate like a lot of the population. I just thought more energy bad, less energy good for the environment. Well, in fact, it's not the case necessarily. There are many nuances. In the same way, you can't say more food consumption is bad, less food consumption is good. It depends on the type of food, the time of day that you're eating, all sorts of other factors. So it's a nuanced discussion. But I didn't understand that at the time. And so I have empathy for other people who grabbed the wrong end of the stick. And particularly, they've read a lot of information sources which have encouraged them down the direction of this rather binary thinking of, well, if it uses energy, it must be bad, and a blockchain that uses less must be good. That thought process has been encouraged. So whilst it's fundamentally incorrect, I can understand why people would think that way.
My body uses energy to stay alive, right? And I believe Bitcoin is actually storing energy. And then when people say spends energy, well, compared to what? Do you think banks are not wasting energy? Do you think digging gold is not costing energy? Transporting gold is not costing energy? It's interesting how everyone is being lied to and brainwashed by the system like you painted. Do you think Bitcoin is going to help accelerate the renewable energy adoption?
The light bulb moment that I had was when I realized that energy consumption, if it's flexible, can be positive and in fact is necessary. So I'll give you an example. If you run a great big data center and you're consuming a lot of energy versus someone who's using the equivalent amount of energy coming from a Bitcoin mining data center, on the surface, they look identical. You have these data centers, they're computers, they're running these processes, they're both using a whole lot of energy, and it looks like both of them will be taking away energy from other users, they'll be stressing the grid, and they'll probably proliferate fossil fuel. Nothing could be further from the truth. They are fundamentally different because the Bitcoin mining data center is a flexible user of energy, and that changes everything. So there was a paper published in 2021 by Rhodes et al., and it basically looked at the difference. And these guys were not Bitcoiners, and they did the first research, and they said, actually, that's not true. If you have a large and flexible data center, Google, Amazon data center, you put that on the grid. Yes, it will. You have to put more fossil fuels on the grid because you need base load energy. And if you are not in a jurisdiction that has either hydro or nuclear, that's going to mean thermal energy. It's going to mean gas and coal for the most part. So yes, you will need to have that more of that base load energy to support its very high and very inflexible energy usage requirements. However, if you have a flexible data center, one which can curtail energy within 500 milliseconds, one which is location agnostic, you can locate it wherever you want. It's time of day agnostic. It can turn on and turn off on a dime, and all you lose is a little bit of Bitcoin that you mine. And because it's not running one process, it takes a long time to run. It's running many, many processes, hundreds and trillions of times per second, where if it gets interrupted, it doesn't matter, loses that tiny little Bitcoin you would have mined. That allows you to support the proliferation of more renewable energy on the grid for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's an intermittent user of energy, so that's consistent with an intermittent power source. Secondly, you can co-locate it next to a solar farm, next to a wind farm, which means you don't even have to have that solar farm or wind farm grid interconnected. That has been something which has been almost impossible beforehand, where solar and wind farms have had to wait until they got grid interconnected before they could have revenue. Now you don't. You can get revenue before you get grid interconnected. That's a game changer because you can have Bitcoin mining there. There was a paper that came out recently that said that if you have a solar farm, typically sized 80 megawatt industrial scale photovoltaic farm, it'll take you around 8.1 years to get a return on investment. However, if you co-locate with a Bitcoin mining company such that when you're producing energy when no one else can use it, such as in the middle of the day, which typically isn't a high demand time, you can achieve a return on investment in just 3.7 years, less than half the time. So what does that solar operator or that wind operator do with that increased profit? Well, they do what any prudent business owner is going to do. They plow that profit into expanding their business. And what does that mean? It means more wind, more solar, because it's more profitable. It also means now you're more likely to get finance, because then you go to someone like me who's an infrastructure financing specialist and you say, hey, can we have financing for our solar operation? We want to expand it. And I say, okay, well, what's your revenue? And in the past you would have said, well, we don't have any. And I say, this isn't sounding good. What do you mean you don't have any? So we can't get revenue till we get grid interconnected. I say, when's that going to happen? You say, well, there's a 4-year queue. I say, that doesn't sound very good. You want me to put in some money? There's 4 years before you get any revenue. What are your chances of getting interconnected? Well, about 20%. This is sounding really flaky now. It's like you want me to put a whole lot of money into something that won't earn revenue for 4 years. And even after 4 years, there's only a 20% chance you'll get grid interconnected. Forget it. Now you come to someone in infrastructure financing. You say, we're co-located next to a Bitcoin mining company. We get revenue from day one. Because we get revenue, we're more likely to be a going concern that gets grid connected, which means we can get more revenues in the future as well. Now you look at the proposition and it actually starts to make economic sense, which means it's easy to get financed. And this is not theory. This is exactly what's happened in Texas, where 2021, you had 80 gigawatts worth of wind and solar energy. Today, you have 140 gigawatts of solar and wind energy in just 4 years. Why has that happened? Not only because of Bitcoin mining, it's also happened because of the proliferation of battery, also happened because of just friendly policies towards energy generally in Texas. But one of the reasons has absolutely been Bitcoin mining has made these propositions more cost effective. And it also has prevented a backlash, which has happened in a lot of parts of the world. We have had solar and wind built. It's been stranded. It hasn't been able to transport their energy from where those solar and wind farms are built to where the populations live, because the grid infrastructure is old and aging and it gets congested. And then people say, why are we giving these subsidies to these big white elephants that can't even give us energy? And we have to use fossil fuel anyway, which is actually a legitimate argument. And it's in many cases resulted in electricity prices going up, not down. So you've had backlashes, but because of Bitcoin mining in Texas, it's prevented that backlash, which is again has allowed the psychological receptivity for a whole population to say, yeah, we can have more solar, we can have more wind. Solar and wind isn't bad. Solar and wind without Bitcoin mining and without thought about where you're located is bad, because that results in white elephants and that results in backlashes and that results in more expensive power. Bitcoin has been responsible for putting more renewable onto the grid. I was talking to Kenji Tatewa, who's the CEO of a company called Agile Energy, which is a spin-off of TEPCO in Japan. He was the nuclear safety engineer who worked on the response effort after the Fukushima disaster. And after Japan went in 2012, I think it was, Fukushima, they had 56 nuclear reactors. They went from 56 down to less than 20. And then they suddenly had to get a whole lot more power. So they imported fossil fuel, and they also started to build solar and wind farms. And he started to notice a problem where they had a lot of excess wasted energy. And he said, well, what if we use this wasted energy? And they looked into different users and they worked out that Bitcoin mining was going to be one of the best users. So there's no question that Bitcoin mining has been responsible for getting more solar and wind onto the grid. And I asked Kenji, I said, look, what do you think is about the max out point where you put more intermittent variable renewable energy onto a grid? He said about 50%. Then it becomes very hard to load balance. And we'll get into the second part in a minute. I said, what if you use Bitcoin mining to be able to load balance it? He said, you can get up to 70% renewable energy penetration. So it's a difference between 50 and 70. So on one hand, it's making it more economical. It's encouraging the renewable transition. On the other hand, it's counterbalancing the intermittency of variable renewable energy. Because what used to happen in the past is sun goes behind a cloud, the wind stops blowing, suddenly you have less power. Okay, now that may not matter. There may not be demand for it. But what if there is demand for it? What if the sun goes behind a cloud and it's at a time of day when everyone's wanting to ramp up? What if the wind stops blowing and there's an ice storm at the same time and people wanting to put on their heaters? Not a good situation. So in the past, what would happen is you'd have these things called gas peaker plants, which would fire up. And these are these big fossil fuel based plants that would cost billions of dollars, and they're idling throughout the entire year just for the 6% of the year where they need to supply power in times of peak demand. Now you don't need them. Rather than having gas peaker plants, you have Bitcoin mining companies who power down. And sometimes people say, well, that doesn't sound great. They're using too much power in the first place only to power down. That's net neutral, surely, but they're missing the point. The point is that if they didn't exist, you wouldn't have so much variable renewable energy on the grid in the first place. So number one, there's more variable renewable energy on the grid. And then number two, once that power is needed for other people, they're very fast to get off the grid because wholesale electricity prices start to spike. And the moment they start to spike, it becomes cost ineffective to mine Bitcoin. And this combination has been what's been accelerating the green energy transition, but also has been allowing us to phase out gas peaker plants, and has also been alleviating a lot of the concerns that by putting too much variable renewable energy on the grid, we actually risk the stability of grids. So it's helping to stabilize grids. It's bringing down prices, right? Because you're not wasting as much energy. The grid operator isn't having to pay renewable operators to curtail energy. And fundamentally, these big assets are not being, solar and wind are not squandering their energy. It's getting used more of the time, all because of Bitcoin mining. So what on the surface looks like two big data centers that are energy intensive, that strain grids and cause more fossil fuel. In fact, that's true of one, but it's completely the opposite with the other because of its flexibility, its location agnostic properties, and its time of day agnostic properties. But again, takes a little bit of time to explain that, right? It doesn't make such a good newspaper headline. Makes a much better headline to say Bitcoin's using too much energy. And so in this age where sound bites grab attention and political leaders love to, in some cases, get punching bags and make examples of things and create common enemies, Bitcoin has played that role very expertly, both in the media and in political circles. But you start to look at how energy works, and again, you notice very fast that Bitcoin mining is net positive in terms of price, in terms of grid stability, and in terms of environmental benefit.
It's kind of decentralizing energy, if it makes sense, right? On top of everything else. And you mentioned in your keynote, which I love that part, you said there are about $65 trillion opening to this market. Do you foresee them coming in like gradually and then suddenly, as we say?
Absolutely. There's a few things so a lot of the work I do is talking to what I call patient capital. So that's family offices, that's sovereign wealth funds, that's pension funds. So could even be a large college or university endowment. So if you look at university endowments worldwide, we had the story recently about Harvard acknowledging that, yes, they have $117 million of Bitcoin. That's actually quite small. They have, I think, about $50 billion. So that's just toe in the water stuff at the moment. It's a fraction of a percentage, but still it's something, right? So around the world, there's $1 trillion in these big college endowment funds. So 1 trillion in college endowments, 5 trillion in family offices. There is more than 50 trillion combined in sovereign wealth funds. These are funds that hold the wealth and try to grow the wealth of sovereign nations, and pension funds worldwide. Huge amounts of money. And these are the ones who have largely to date stood at the sidelines, or if they have dipped their toes and it's really just been a dipping of the toe, maybe not even the toe, maybe the toenail. So they've got allocations of 0.1% or less. And there's a couple of reasons for that. Yes, the environmental concerns is one. It's not the only one. It's also, as you say, it's this sense that, well, isn't it used for illicit activity? Do we really want to be supporting that? That's where a lot of these large institutions are at right now. Definitely there are concerns about the perceived environmental footprint of Bitcoin, which again is ironic because it's probably the most outrageously positive ESG investment they can possibly make. But again, perception and reality. And then simply the regulatory clarity, the reporting of it, the optics, how's it going to look to our shareholders, all of those issues. You've got about 3 major issues which have stopped a lot of this patient capital from being able to invest in Bitcoin. Now, to your question, is it a gradually then suddenly? Yes, most likely, because these people talk to each other. And the moment that you get one or two who decide that they're comfortable with it, then suddenly you're going to get other people saying, hey, you've invested in Bitcoin. And maybe these are institutions who have wanted to invest in Bitcoin, but they've had that fear. Remember, negativity bias. So it's not that they didn't want to invest in Bitcoin. Of course they want to invest in Bitcoin. It's been the best performing asset of the last 10 years and the best performing of the next 10 years. But they've done okay with the assets they've got, and they're well understood. Gold's been around for 10,000 years or more. Shares have been around for hundreds of years. Real estate's been around for thousands of years. So people get these as investment propositions. Then you're not going to be told off for investing in gold or investing in real estate or investing in bonds or investing in stocks. Someone will ask questions if you ask in Bitcoin. So it's not the path of least resistance. So the question isn't, will it outperform the market? Of course, they know it's going to most likely outperform the market. A lot of people understand that. It's how will it look? Will I get whacked for it? How do I custody it? Right? I know how to custody shares, but how do I custody Bitcoin? Do I try and self-custody? Do I go through an ETF? Do I do it through my bank? What if my bank doesn't allow those services? So there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of new learning to undertake for some of these big patient capital players to be able to get comfortable. And yes, of course, one of them is ESG.
I'm sure you remember when Elon Musk had these, we accept Bitcoin in Tesla, the whole planet literally revolted against him, saying, you have electric cars, you should never have Bitcoin, it's bad for the environment. So like you said, there is still stigma attached to whenever you say we invested in, people are going to judge you because they don't understand this asset. And it's funny you mentioned Harvard, because in 2018, they said that Bitcoin is most likely to go to zero than to go to 100,000. And then in 2025, they literally bought millions worth of it.
Absolutely.
Everyone buys Bitcoin at the price they deserve, right?
Yeah.
How long is it going to take for companies to slow? Is like a 10, 20 years time frame or shorter?
Well, Peter Drucker once said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. So this is something we have some influence over. So there's two possible paths. Path A is we say, okay, who cares? And a lot of people in Bitcoin have this approach. Who cares? They should be grateful to have Bitcoin. They need Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't need them. That's one approach. So if that becomes the majority approach, we just kind of ignore them, then what will happen is that they will say, well, we're not comfortable investing in Bitcoin because it's bad for the environment. So we'll get a basket of digital currencies, digital assets. We'll have some Bitcoin, we'll have some Solana, we'll have this green coin here, we'll have some ETH. Of course, that's moved to proof of stake, and that's better for the environment because it only uses a fraction of the energy. And we'll get this little basket. And this is already happening. And this is what a lot of these large patient capital funds are already mooting. So this is not conjecture. The second thing that will happen is that it'll take a long time. They won't be in any particular hurry because there'll be no incentive and no one's really outreaching them to try and change their worldview on anything. And so they'll continue to rely on the information sources they have, which is the media, regulators, and a few intermediaries. And that'll take around 10 to 20 years to get a basket of digital currencies. The alternative is we say, okay, let's not take that approach. Let's be a little bit less arrogant. Let's stay humble and stack sats, but also let's help other people stack sats as well. And let's help them make some decisions. Let's reach out to some of these people. Not everyone, because some won't be open, but the ones who are open and curious, let's help them make the right decisions rather than the wrong decisions. Let's help them realize that proof of work-based blockchains are actually way better for the environment than proof of stake-based blockchains, which at best they can do is have no negative environmental impact, but they can't have any positive environmental benefits. They can't achieve any of those benefits I've just described with Bitcoin because they're no longer using any energy. Which ironically means they can't help the renewable transition. They can't help stabilize grids. They can't help methane mitigation. They cannot help obviation of gas peaker plants at all. So they have no ESG credentials at all. Let's help them to understand this using data. And if we do this, then we can look at a future where within 5 years, we can have massive adoption of patient capital. And most of that adoption will be Bitcoin rather than a quote unquote basket of digital assets, because they go for the soundest money and they go for the one which is going to have the most social and environmental impact, and that will be Bitcoin every time. If they make their decision based on data and interfacing people who meet them where they are and take them on a journey.
We are still hovering just, I mean, Bitcoin is hovering of $2 trillion market cap, so it's nothing compared to the 50 plus trillion dollars you mentioned. So even a 10% of that will basically double the price of we are today.
So the largest pension fund or sovereign fund, it's actually both. Most of the time, pension funds and sovereign funds are different, but sometimes they're the same. There is some overlap, maybe about 15%. And this happens where the sovereign fund, so this is a state-owned fund, as opposed to a private one, decides that it's specifically going to exist for the purpose of pensions. So the New Zealand Superannuation Fund or Norway's Public Pension Fund, for example, are exceptions where they're both. So the largest sovereign fund in the world is Norway's Public Pension Fund, $1.8 trillion of capital. Trillion with a T. Now, were they to make a 3% asset allocation into Bitcoin, which is what Larry Fink has recommended, so that's not a crazy, stupid idea, that would be $54 billion. That's the same as the amount of money that's ever been invested through ETFs, through one fund. Now, of course, that's the largest fund in the world, but that gives you an idea of scale. What we're seeing with ETFs, with sovereign wealth fund adoption today, even with corporate treasury adoption, perhaps excluding strategy, has been peanuts. It's tiny compared to the amount of capital that could be deploying into Bitcoin, but believes it can't based on bad data, based on conjecture, based on reading things which are no longer true about Bitcoin, or based on no knowledge. So the opportunity is gargantuan. As I say, you get one of these institutes who start to invest into Bitcoin, others start to follow.
I don't know if you agree, but I think Trump is, I mean, the new administration the US has elected is kind of opening a lot of doors for these, right? So there's going to be
Yes, it is.
Technically allowing companies to have it easy to go in, right?
It is making it easier. And even in Europe, even the funds who don't agree with Trump's politics, the fact that the Trump administration has created much more Bitcoin-friendly policies definitely makes it easier. So does Larry Fink, saying, look, we believe that Bitcoin is an important hedge against inflation, or a hedge against the asset premium being sucked out of other assets. People start to listen. But again, that's one or two voices. It's not the predominant voice. And they still have a backdrop of a lot of misinformation over many years and a lot of misunderstanding. It doesn't even have to be misinformation. It can just be misunderstanding or just missing knowledge. So it is a new asset class, and it is going to take time for people to understand it. But again, that's something that we can accelerate. So it does make a difference. At the same time, there's also a perception that, well, Trump hasn't really gone as far as they have. They were talking about a Bitcoin strategic reserve, and that still hasn't materialized. Really, all we've got is a date. When there'll be announcement, there'll be a date that they'll be looking into it to give a date, right? So there's actually nothing tangible. There's been a lot of talk about, this is the perception. I'm not making a judgment on this either way. I understand these things take time. But there is a perception generally that, well, even Trump hasn't really gone as far as what we thought he would. If there were to be a Bitcoin strategic reserve for the US, that would not only encourage other nation states to adopt Bitcoin, it would definitely encourage sovereign funds to look at it, and would definitely encourage more patient capital to look at it as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so far we've seen El Salvador, Bhutan, there's been small reality, and they move more agile as opposed to gigantic, organizations. And also there is the other side of the coin, like you painted, whenever Trump or the Democrats or Republicans, whatever the side might be, is behind something, then the other half is hating it. Oh, Trump is supporting it. I don't like it. They don't even understand what it is, but just because Trump is opening the doors.
You get this. Yeah.
So you also have that. It's going to take time to wash it out, right?
Yeah, this is, you're absolutely correct, that we saw this happen with climate change, where as soon as, Al Gore is making movies about climate change, so we're the Republicans, so we'll take the opposite stance. And you have this reflexive rejection of an ideology or a system of belief or a technology that can occur. And we've started to see this. And again, this has been amplified in the media because it's a wonderful soundbite that Bitcoin has been started off as this wonderful freedom finance, and now it's being captured by the Republican Party. I'd say actually it's the other way around, but that's irrelevant. This is the way it's again been perceived. And yes, we have already heard examples of where people have met with senators of blue states in the US, and they've basically said to the faces of Bitcoin as well, I'm not touching that because that's something that Trump endorses. So yeah, we are seeing evidence of human thinking, which is no more sophisticated than the reflexive rejection of an idea because your political enemy has embraced it. So that'll play out. Fortunately, that plays out within a nation, but that doesn't play out between a nation. So, for example, if the US were to have a Bitcoin strategic reserve, that would require the US's geopolitical enemies to also have a Bitcoin strategic reserve as a hedge against Bitcoin succeeding and the US getting too much economic ascendancy on the back of this asset class. So it can work both ways. It can work as a supportive force for enemies embracing it, but it can also work as a disincentive within a nation. So it's not straightforward how this plays out.
What are you expecting for 2025? Because some people are saying, oh, this new wave of adoption is going to break the 4-year cycles.
Well, I'm not an on-chain analyst, so I'm not the most qualified person to ask, but you've asked me, so I'll tell you what I'm seeing here. It very much depends on us. Again, it's not written in some chart. It's not written in some power law model. It's not written in history, even what will occur. Now, on one hand, we've talked about human psychology before. So there's this idea of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Simply the fact that there's been such a legacy of a 4-year cycle and people's expectation of a 4-year cycle means that we will get to some extent a 4-year cycle. Now, how pronounced that will be, I don't believe we'll go from 4-year cycle to nothing at all. There will be some after tremor from that, just simply because of the weight of expectation and people anticipating that, so taking some money off the table. Now, that may be less pronounced. It may be that unlike the complete destruction of retail interest in 2018 or the destruction of numerous exchanges or counterparty risks that got realized in 2022, maybe there's not some additional factor kicks in there, and maybe there's some supporting factors. So, for example, nation state adoption. If the US announces in 2026 a strategic reserve, then that's going to be a very powerful counterweight. Maybe if you get some major sovereign fund or pension fund who announces exposure to Bitcoin, it's going to be a very powerful counterweight. So I'm going to give a cautious answer, which is say, look, we just don't know. I think there will definitely be some headwinds because of the weight of expectation. But whether they materialize, again, it's very much up to us. It's very much up to whether we find new communities of interest who can get exposure to Bitcoin.
Daniel, man, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on the show. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed our conversation.
Yeah, real pleasure.
And of course, guys, in the description, we'll find Daniel's link, so make sure to go and check him out. And thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you on the next one. Bye. Bye-bye.
Security matters. Zappo Bank, the only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
So, tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin?
He's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name, and I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
But with such a valuable pet, aren't you afraid of losing him?
Losing Bitcoin? No, it never happened before, so it's not something I worry about. Excuse me for a moment. Bitcoin, stay here, right?
Bitcoin, no! Bitcoin, come on, little buddy, Bitcoin, I need you. Don't go.
In a world far away. Nah, just kidding. This story begins in this world. It all started in 1460 in Antwerp, when the first commodities exchange was created, but the real transformation came in 1602, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange was founded. Considered the oldest in the world, it was the first to trade financial assets. Over the years, Britain expanded its colonial and maritime influence, and the British pound sterling overtook the Dutch guilder in the market. Thus, the London Stock Exchange became the financial centre of the world. The 20th century came, and the world got into some trouble. But shortly after World War II, the Bretton Woods Agreement established the dollar as the world's primary reserve currency, and the center of the planet moved to Wall Street. Today, we're traveling at the speed of light towards a new age, an era shaped by the consolidation of Bitcoin as the currency that will define the future of the markets. We present Roxom, a new Bitcoin-denominated market that allows trading all sorts of securities, commodities, derivatives, options, and anything you can imagine. Roxom, rock-solid markets.
The future of capital markets runs on Bitcoin. Introducing Roxom, the first ever exchange where Bitcoiners can trade treasury stocks entirely in BTC. Get exposure to top Bitcoin holding companies like MicroStrategy and MetaPlanet, priced in Bitcoin from the start. No fiat, no middlemen. This is what financial freedom looks like. Early access now live at roxom.com/treasuries. Built by Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners.
What if Bitcoin isn't just a new kind of money, but a whole new way of perceiving reality? In this episode of Bitcoin for Millennials, I'm joined by Monica Bravo. Her work weaves together art, ancestral wisdom, economics, and personal transformation.
When I studied Austrian economics, that was it. I was like, of course, money is subjective. If I know how to take care of my needs, I can give value to my needs. And if I give value to my needs, I'm going to have meaning in my life. That's it. This is 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 3. That's it.
If you are curious about how personal and collective patterns shape our approach to money, tech, and growth, then this episode is for you. If you find value in it, please like and subscribe here on YouTube or follow me on any of your favorite podcasting platforms. That will help me to reach more people and spread the message on Bitcoin even further. I appreciate your support. Now let's dive in. All right, Monica Bravo, welcome to Bitcoin for Millennials.
Hi, Ram. So happy to be here.
And to start, I thought let's just dive straight in because you've said Bitcoin is more than code or currency. It's a state of consciousness. And I just want to ask you, what does that actually mean for how we live and interact with money? Like, can you unpack this statement for us?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So everything that I say and I do, I'm an artist, comes from my embodied experience. So when I came up with this sort of like line, it was when I finished my first book that I was writing a little bit about Bitcoin, and I had already done the rabbit hole studying it, and then I signed up for Austrian economics, and I did the whole seminar. And so I started realizing that for many, many years, I'm 61 years old, but for many, many years, there was something that I needed to embrace that will synthesize everything. I call myself a polymath because I'm very interested in many different subjects. Apart from the fact that I do art, I'm like philosophy, Eastern practices. Like my whole life has been about devouring knowledge, and then becoming it, practicing. So when I was trying to define what Bitcoin was, because some friends were like, "What's wrong with you? You went completely crazy. Now you're into this Bitcoin thing." Because I was telling them, trying to obviously orange pill everybody that I know. And then I was trying to use a word, and I said, it is a state of consciousness. And people are like, oh my God, you're really weird. Like instead of helping them, they were getting. And so what is consciousness? Consciousness is really I would say there's like the level 0 of everything. This is what we can see and perceive as God. This is like the base of everything. This is our state of awareness. So for me, Bitcoin became a clear state of awareness of my life. That was a missing part. I lived in New York 27 years. and I made a living. I still do as an artist. But over there, the rat race is so incredible that is like really exactly what we call the fiat world is over there. So when I stepped out of New York 5 years ago during the pandemic, quote unquote, I realized that I was living not in a dream, but I was living in a nightmare. And that's when I dove into the whole studies of what money was. And I realized that the most fundamental of all questions and how we're going to give value to ourselves was out of the equations. I can talk about Bitcoin and I can talk about my relationship to God in the same line. When you're in New York and you're in this kind of fiat world, you're not being authentic. You need to perform. You need to be a persona. You're a character, and you are every day performing more towards that thing that you want. Like that's why it's a rat race. You're just following this, I don't know, these guides. Like people tell you, you should do this, you should do that, you should do that. And you start checking everything. And then deep inside, you're completely empty. And that's what started happening to me. I started feeling the emptiness when I crossed 40 years old. And I was like, why is my life so complete in many ways, but so empty in other ways? So the gap of the emptiness, and it's not the same emptiness as the Zen Buddhism that you're like, is everything. No, it's this like void where something is missing and you don't know what it is. And you meditate and you have the husband, you have the dog, and you have everything, but you don't have that thing that coheres everything, that makes sense. So that's why I think it was different for me, because I got to understand what was the purpose of my life through something so logical as Bitcoin. I mean, I could never imagine that I would go to study praxeology. I'm the most illogical person in the world. Like, I'm emotional and but it was logic that brought me down and told me, hey, there is a lot to gain from something so logical as understanding that what you value in life is very subjective, and it's not going to be given to you and told. Nobody's going to tell you what to do it unless you don't do it. So yeah, it's different.
I think that's a great explainer. That kind of aligns with what I wanted to say. Isn't it that logic as the base layer that actually gives you the space to be more creative and explorative, etc.?
Because logic is a base that is like very abstract. It's a very abstract. And for instance, if we're going to talk about astrology in the beginning of the word is the star, is the logic, is the logos of the stars. So there's a sort of like a reasoning there that some things make sense. Where it gets a little bit doubtful is when people start saying, but why do you know this and that? Is because they're looking at the part where you're interpreting the mythology. And that's more subjective. That's more experience-based. So we are human beings that were, this polarity, and we have a base that is very logical, which is very fundamental, but we cannot lead a life full of logic, because where is the emotional part? Where's the part that you actually feel and you become intuitive? So the interesting thing is that I have been mostly intuitive all my life. I didn't go to art school. I arrived to New York, 1994, and I was like, I'm going to skip school. People are like, how are you going to make it? I'm like, you'll see, I'll figure it out, because I always figure things out. And then because I didn't go to art school, I was never programmed. I was never like dogma that you see right now, all these like crazy woke people. Everybody went to school and have like, specializations in the artist of this, the artist of that. I was like, Van Gogh never went to do a PhD, like he just painted, and and he was suffering, he was actually bringing something from inside. So I think that one thing that everybody thought that it was a liability that I didn't go to school, it was my biggest, and it is still my biggest asset, because I come from an embodied experience. I'm very much about experiencing and then coming to tell the story.
Would you say that then adopting a better money gives you a better anchor, in a sense that you're not like voluntarily participating in a rat race, right? You're kind of like pushed into that. So the question is, do people do that in a conscious way? If you think that's downstream from the money, it's because of the money. But if you can adopt the harder money, the best money to ever exist, that actually allows you to, if you adopt that in a voluntary way, in a conscious way, that is kind of the direction that you then get pushed towards.
It is if you're conscious about it. Again, if you're conscious about what money is. But if you don't know what money is and who's running the race, you're going to end up doing a lot of stuff against your will, unknowingly, unconsciously, because you want to get to that place. So you see, when you're in the art world, which is a big, big money laundering machine, you don't think about who's giving you money. So it's interesting. All these people come out of school, and they're all very radical, and they're all woke, and they all do, I mean, I'm not even going to talk about the kind of work that they do, but then they are getting paid, and they're getting promoted by the same people who are oppressing them. So they don't even know, they don't have a relationship with their own slavery. And what happened to me when I left New York, I escaped New York 5 years ago in July. This next week is 5 years I'm here in Miami. I realized that a lot of the questions that I didn't make myself, because they were, I don't know, uncomfortable questions. Where's the money coming from? Oh, it doesn't matter. They just bought me another piece. Oh, it doesn't matter, because you don't want to have those questions, because if you start having the questions, you stop playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
If freedom is important for you,
yeah.
But if you want to be, because, you know, we have all the, I mean, you live in the continent of socialism where everybody thinks that they should have like universal basic income. And, you know, how many friends and how many Europeans I don't speak to anymore. Well, actually, they don't speak to me anymore because they think I lack compassion, because I'm thinking only about myself. And it's actually, I'm not thinking about myself. I'm taking care of myself, because I understand what money is. Because the value subjective thing, I think this is the thing that cracked my head when I studied Austrian economics. That was it. I was like, of course money is subjective. If I know how to take care of my needs, I can give value to my needs. And if I give value to my needs, I'm going to have meaning in my life. That's it. This is 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 3. That's it.
Bitcoin custody is evolving, and OnRamp is leading this change with multi-institution custody, eliminating single points of failure. Instead of relying on one institution, OnRamp secures your Bitcoin in a cold storage multi-sig vault backed by 3 independent custodians, where no single party can move your funds alone, providing an unprecedented level of security. Your assets are protected by a 100 million Lloyd's of London insurance policy, with all transactions fully auditable on-chain and only executed at your direction. This means complete transparency and control over your assets at all time. Beyond custody, OnRamp provides comprehensive Bitcoin services that include trading, lending, inheritance planning, and IRAs. You can view them as your private Bitcoin banking partner tailored to your wealth preservation goals. Whether you're new to Bitcoin or an experienced holder, OnRamp's approach helps you secure your generational wealth with unmatched security and peace of mind. You can sign up at onrampbitcoin.com and use code BRAM, that's BRAM, to receive $150 in Bitcoin after your first deposit. If you first want to learn more, you can also book a free consultation via their website to speak with one of their Bitcoin custody experts. Tell them you came through me, and they'll take extra good care of you. I love that. Yes. And so that is in essence what is being taken from the people, right? When they are forced to adopt a money that they cannot control, that there's a tiny group of people that actually controls it, that don't care logically about your individual prosperity, right? So would you say it's also kind of about escaping a certain, you talk about this a lot, right? Like tuning into certain frequency or resonance, vibration. Like if you are forced to be in a rat race and you're not conscious about it, then you will always be operating in, at a certain level of resonance. And once you step out of that, the people that are still in there, they won't recognize you, or they go against you, or you go against them, right? But how do you personally try to make sense of what is real? I have to say real for you, what is noise, what actually matters? Like, how do you pick the bits and pieces and put it together for yourself? How do you go about that in this
so I've been,
day and age?
I've had I have a long time been practicing, like retreating myself from the spaces and been meditating for almost 30 years of my life. So I do need retreat every day, even if it's 1 hour or 15 minutes, or doing things for myself is very important. It's very important to have my own space where I don't think, I don't do anything. I'm just breathing. And those moments are the most important because these are the moments where I get all the ahas. Especially as an artist, I need to have time and space where I don't see noise, where I don't, like, if you come and tell me, oh, read this book, I'm like, the people who know me very well don't recommend me anything because I'll ask for it if I need, but because I have a very perceptive mind and everything, I am always open, like a big antenna. So I am picking up a lot of stuff. So I kind of close channels and I only focus on what I want. So for me, focusing on myself and my breathing and my body and my food and my health, like I've never had health insurance because I don't believe in paying for something that is probably going to happen in the future. So that means if it's probably going to happen, maybe I'm going to make it happen because maybe I have an insurance and maybe it should be great if I break a leg. Why? Because I have insurance. You see, a lot of people start thinking like that. And it was funny because in New York, for instance, when the horrible person called Obama became a president, he gave us all the possibility of having health insurance. Everybody was going crazy with it. Everybody was like, oh, you should be happy. And I remember once I was kicked out of one dinner because I said, oh, I'm not going to get that Obamacare. Why? And I said, because it's stupid. We're not in a socialist country. Like, what is it? And so people were very upset. And I remember that I did call my accountant then. And I said, how much is the fine so I get out of the health insurance? What are you talking about? I said, I don't want to be part of this. So I always have this kind of awareness that there was something bigger that was, not that it was running the world, but it was not going to give me the freedom that I want, because I want to be free. And you ask me, what is freedom? I will say it's having more than two options. So since I was little, Mom, I want this and I want that. Why? Because I want to have that option. And so all my life, I have pursued ways to get more than one option. But when I was in the art world, there were certain decisions that I was making that, a certain point that I realized if I keep on going this way, I'm not going to be free. So that's why leaving New York 2020 was like, if I don't leave now, I'm going to die. I'm going to die in this city. And I hate dying in New York. From all the most filthy places in the world, that's the last place where I want to go, die along with the rats, I don't want that. So yeah, so it was a very big, and the joke is like, had I known that I was going to lose all my friends, the way I did, I would have left before. Because there were people who you were talking about resonance. So we're talking about, when you are like tuning into a wavelength, like let's see, you and me right now, we're tuned into the same frequency of Bitcoin because we're talking about Bitcoin and we're talking about how important it is, about money. So we're actually giving ourselves it's a language. We're in the same channel. We can, sit, like kind of tune into certain things, compare certain things, but we're talking about something that is very important for you and is very important for me and is very important for the people that are listening to us. Now, if Bitcoin doesn't say anything and it's not in your frequency, then this is pure noise for them. This is pure noise. So my aim is always to kind of tuning what I really want, because the right people are going to appear at the right time. And by just interacting, I'm going to be kind of like in the right place.
Yeah. I think before you can actually do that, right, you have to kind of realize that the boundaries that you think exist or that other people find normal, that they are basically all made up, right, by other people. And as long as you do not consciously think about, what do I actually think of this thing that I am doing? Then you will never really run into that boundary, if that makes sense, right? Because you kind of like stay away from that. Like you said before, like if you ask a difficult question about money, or what you said, like you didn't want to go towards the question, what is money? What is this money that these people are giving me, right? Like you're doing that because, just having the resistance makes you do that, basically, right? Like that is very...
The moment that you confront something, and this is very millennial, like when you confront something that probably gives you fear, at the very beginning it's like, I don't want to do it. But then once you're in it, you realize that the fear was bigger than what it was. And then the fear is a trigger that actually shows you the way to go somewhere else and to evolve. Because we only evolve through tension. We don't evolve, as I say always jokingly, under the disco ball. Maybe you're too young to understand that joke, but it's like the disco ball. Like you don't evolve. You're just like having a good time. So sometimes in life, and if you look at your life back, the moments where there was tension, the moments where there was a crisis, which is a moment you have to make a decision. Those are the moments that you realize, oh my God, this was not that good, but at the very end, I made the right decision, and this is where I am right now. So when you are so pampered, and our world is such, I don't know how to explain. Like these people live, and I used to be there. That's why I can speak about it. These people live under this world that there's nothing outside of that. They're so disconnected from reality.
Art, you mean, right?
Oh my God, the artist is like, and contemporary art, it's like they are so clueless. And sometimes I think and I go, wow, they're intelligent people here. And then I go like, are they really intelligent? Like I was thinking like, where's their intelligence? Because they probably, I don't know, 3 months ago, a very good friend, artist, she had stopped speaking to me because of COVID, Millet, my social media. Donald Trump, like she basically just like unfollowed me, and I noticed that, and I was like, oh, but I kind of knew that she was doing it because she's very socialist. She's born in a very socialist family from Chile. So anyway, I didn't talk to her for a long time, and then around April this year, she texts me and she says, I've been thinking about you. How are you doing? And I'm like, are you okay? You're writing to me because you kind of canceled me 2 years ago. She's like, no, I really want to know, like, how did you know? And I'm like, what are you talking about? How did you know? And I said, about what? And she goes, how do you know how the world works? And I was like, wow, she's asking because she already saw that I got out of it and she wants to know, but she has the awareness to ask. So I said, look, by a coincidence in this life, like I'm going to be in New York next week, just for a day, let's go and have lunch if you really want to talk. We had a really profound conversation, and she said to me, I canceled you because I love you so much that I didn't want to hate you. But man, like I could hate you for everything that you're writing. But I want to know, what is it? And I said, maybe I was like this all the time, but I never showed it. Maybe I never spoke about politics before because I never cared. Maybe I didn't, but maybe I was like this all the time already. So that was interesting because we did have a dialogue. She asked many questions about how did I find out. So I told her a little bit about Bitcoin. Then she took out her phone. She says, I had Bitcoin. And then she opens whatever coin. She has all the shit coins but Bitcoin. And I said, all right, okay, fine. And I said, okay. But I didn't try to say, no, that's not a good one, because we're in such a different frequency that what mattered that day was like she was approaching me to find out what it was. But her interest was like just curiosity. She was not really saying, I want to learn. So I already know that I'm not going to waste 1 minute of my life on somebody who's just like poking me. I'm not.
I do find it very interesting and maybe also a bit courageous that she did reach out, right?
Yes.
Because I think, especially like nowadays, a lot of people, I always say the people that call themselves progressive aren't really that progressive, which I find very interesting. Yes. They are very... this is what Balaji Srinivasan also talks about. Like everything is going in reverse. Everything is like backwards. Like the progressive people don't want change, and how to say the conservative people actually are doing things, which is just really interesting, right? It's nice because I wanted to ask you a question. I think this is a great way to highlight that. Like, what was for you, like, the first moment you realized that, kind of like the boundaries or the ways we think the world works or the paradigm that we're in, that is just all made up by other people, and that you didn't really had an idea about what you thought of all these things, and then, kind of like started on your own journey?
So there was like a discontent since I was like in the 25 years ago, I started feeling like, am I a fake? Like I used to ask myself a question like, am I faking it? No, it's okay. Maybe I'm going through a thing. And then I keep on doing my stuff. And I'll say like, oh my God, I'm faking this, because there was this discontent inside of myself all the time, because I will be performing again. Everything was great, sales, exhibitions here, that it was all a performance. But deep inside, there was so much. It's not even sadness. It was like, dude, this is fake. Yeah, I know, but. And like, what do you mean, but you can do better than this? But then it took me a while to kind of like take all that world that I have constructed and let it kind of fall down. So the first thing that fell down completely was my marriage of 20 years. And so once I did that, and this is interesting because it's the first time I hear about Bitcoin. It's a friend of mine, 2013. She says, Monica, this is gold. She literally said like that. And I said, I can't right now. I can't. I'm trying to figure out how to leave my marriage. I can't. Like, I literally said, I can't. I need to focus. We had business together. I mean, it was so entangled, everything. I was like, I don't even know how I'm going to do this. So I kind of like lost a few years there, because I ended up getting the divorce, and I went through a very deep depression because I didn't know who I was as an identity anymore. When you spend time with somebody in a place like New York, you lose your identity, because part of your identity is you're an artist, and the other one, you're the wife. And then you have this unit identity where you're like together and you do all these things. But deep inside, I had not taken care of myself, even though I was a meditator and doing, like, I was doing stuff, but there was like, this is not okay. So I, in a very heroic Monica fashion, I let it all go down the hill. I'm like, let's touch the base of things and just go down. And that's 2016, 17. I really was in a very dark place. I wanted the darkness. I wanted to go and see what it is, because I thought if I don't confront it, I will never know what it is that I'm missing. So, but it took some years, because once you get down there or wherever that is, it's like, I realized I have to really be honest to myself and start building from zero. I could not lie to myself. So that was the big difference. And so fast forward, I started kind of undoing a lot of stuff when I was in New York. Like I closed my studio. I had a very large studio with many assistants. I started kind of like downgrading without knowing that I was basically saying goodbye to New York in a couple of years. So 2020 came, and I already knew I was going to leave 2019, but I had no idea where to. But I'm very perceptive. Again, I get a lot of information in my meditations, in my dreams. And so I called my landlord and I said, can I just not sign the lease for a year? This is November 2019. And he goes, he's a very funny guy. He goes, what do you know that I don't know? And I'm like, oh, come on, just. And he said, oh, you've been such a good tenant. So why don't you do 6 months until March 2020? And then you can just be month by month. When they closed the borders and it was official, it was COVID, he called me, he goes, I asked you the other time, do you know anything? And I said, I only know that I have something bigger inside of me that always tells me what to do. So I left within a month and a half. I decided to come to Miami. It was a dream that told me to come to Miami. So when I came here, I remember arriving to Miami. Nobody wants to see me because everybody's wearing that, the thing on the face. And I thought, oh, isn't this wonderful? I have all the time in the world for me. I had just like landed 2 very big jobs. And so I said, I have 2 years to make this job, because I do public art. So it takes years to make this thing. So I said, I'm just going to have time for myself where I don't need to see anybody. And that's when I started studying. But it was between COVID, between my marriage breaking, between being completely, I don't know, broken by myself. It was not the system. It was like, I don't like this. So it took a while, and it took a lot of courage to kind of say, okay, let's find another way. I didn't come to Miami knowing that I was going to make it. I just came because this was the best place to be at that moment.
If you want to self-custody your Bitcoin stack, I recommend the Blockstream Jade Plus. I've been using this premium Bitcoin-only hardware wallet for a few months now, and I love its design and ease of use. What makes it stand out is its open source hardware and software, and Blockstream's unique genuine check, which makes sure that your device is authentic. No backdoors or compromises. You can connect with the Jade Plus however you want. Bluetooth, USB-C, or you can go fully air-gapped with its built-in camera for cable-free QR transactions. The metal case feels solid and the color screen is easy to read, and it connects with your favorite Bitcoin apps like Blockstream Green, Sparrow, and Electrum. Get your Jade Plus today at store.blockstream.com and use code BRAM to get 10% of your entire order. Let's talk about something that not a lot of people think about before it's too late. Where are you storing your Bitcoin seed words? Are they truly secure? I found my solution with StampSeed. It's an elegant all-in-one titanium plate solution with no separate pieces to lose or manage. Your seed phrase gets permanently stamped into pure titanium that withstands fire, survives water, and lasts for generations. Unlike shallow etching methods, StampSeed's patented tools help you to deeply stamp every letter for permanent readability, protecting your financial legacy. When you order a titanium seed plate from StampSeed, you can also upload a custom design or your logo to customize the back of your plate to make it fully personalized. Paper seed phrases are a disaster waiting to happen. Secure your Bitcoin with StampSeed for decades to come. Visit stampseed.com and use code BRAM, that's BRAM, to get 15% off your order. I like that. Well, I used the word performing, but you're using it too, and I really like that. It is, for me, that ties into not knowing what you're doing until you realize what you're doing, and then you figure out I'm doing something that I don't really agree with, right?
Yeah.
I've had a similar experience, and I've talked to a lot of people that also have, like, you know, whatever it is, it just, at that moment, it clicks like, okay, I'm doing something that I don't really agree with. Plus, I don't really understand why I'm doing it. Okay, stop, please. Okay, I'm going to, this is going to be the point that I press pause, basically, right? And when we eventually tie that in, I think also to money, because you just also mentioned, Austrian economics gave you a deeper understanding of money, and free will is a big part, and human action is a big part of Austrian economics. And all the principles in the world don't really matter if you don't do it from your own personal
100%.
Accountability, right?
100%.
So when you are performing, you're not doing it for yourself eventually. And I like that you use lived experience. I think that is the being accountable part, right? Okay, I'm doing it from that experience. How did finding out about this money part help you then to continue this journey? Because I can imagine that must have been like an extra new shift.
It was so let's go back a little bit, like 2018, 19. I have a friend, no longer friend, that he said to me one day, give me your phone. And because he was always saying he didn't have money, like 2017, and he was also an artist and very talented, but he had to work for other people and he hated his job and always complaining. I was always rolling my eyes like, do whatever you like the most so you stop complaining. And so one day he stopped saying that he didn't have any money, and I said, do you have any secret that I don't know? Because I saw, and he said, yeah, I put put 20,000 into Bitcoin. I think it was 2017 or something like that. He basically made a lot of money. And then he said, I'm going to become an artist right now, full time and everything. And then I said, oh, so this is the second time I hear the Bitcoin thing from my other friend. And I said, how do I do that? And he said, give me your phone. He downloaded Coinbase. And he says, how much? And I said, let's put 1,000. But then I kind of like forgot about it. And then one day I opened it, I was like, not bad. But then I didn't know anything about it. And I kept on like buying whatever. Shitcoin moment, buying whatever here and there. And one day I thought, not long after, I thought, what's the purpose of putting money into a place, not knowing what I'm doing? It's easier if I take the money from the bank account and I open the toilet and I flash it. Because it's ridiculous. If I know how much my time is worth because I'm a freelancer. So I am very good at making very good deals for myself. And I always been working for myself. And so I write contracts. Like I know how to take care of myself in that sense. But I was thinking, why am I throwing it away? And so I decided to look for, like, I started listening to podcasts and reading about it. But still, there was something I didn't get. There was the part, especially like more like the technical part. I was like, but where are these coins? Something like that. But who has them? Somebody's cheating. Like I couldn't. And so I think at one point I was like, so I was still studying astrology and working. I remember asking the teacher I had, like, and he was receiving Bitcoin. I said, why don't we investigate Bitcoin in like a, I don't know, astrological way? And he says, no. I want to do only astrology. So I started thinking, wouldn't it be great if I find an astrologer that knows about Bitcoin? Within 2 weeks, I found a millennial, but it was a coincidence that one of those things that happen, like there are what Carl Jung called synchronicity moments. Somebody was asking for something in a group, Facebook, and I knew the answer, and I said, but I was walking, so I look at somebody texts me and says, do you know about blah, blah, blah? And I said, yeah, look for this guy. And so I sent it, and then she sent me back and she says, which of these podcasts? And I said, no, this guy doesn't have a podcast. She said, yeah, but he's a guest here. And I said, but then listen to him. And then I thought, what is this podcast? So I started listening to the podcast. He was a guest. And then the guy, within the first 10 seconds, he said something Bitcoin. And I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. So I signed up for his Patreon, but I was not interested in learning astrology with him. And he had one of those groups where if you pay $500, he will give me the thing. And I'm like, oh no, this is not what I want. Not that I don't want to pay, but like he's making it sound that he's the only person that knows, and it's almost like but then I learned that his girlfriend was teaching and she had groups. And so I signed up for her class, not cheap at all, but I was very good at those classes, very good. They were all in Europe. I was here in the United States, and we will have class 2-3 times a week. I was always asking questions. And that's when I started reading. Like, that's when I read the Bitcoin Standard. I read the Jeff Booth book. Like, I started really getting into it. But I still did not understand really the whole spectrum. Because I think, and this is one thing I always say to people that are Bitcoiners, like, until you don't study Austrian economics, you're halfway through it. Because I think that Austrian economics gives you really the principles of what is needed in a society to use Bitcoin as a hard money. Other than that, and I think all libertarians that are in, Mises Institute, they should be Bitcoining, they're perfect for one another. So it was 2021, I think, where my brain went like, and I said to myself, I'm going to take as long as I can understanding Bitcoin and studying it like completely. This is not a race of like, I'm going to do a course and then the next week I'm an expert. No, it's a slow process. So that's when I started studying, and it changed everything.
I think it's interesting that there are many people that do understand the problem that we have with the current financial system and the money. Like the libertarian people and the Austrian people, but not everyone sees the solution that is Bitcoin, right? In a maybe a core sense about Austrian economics, they talk a lot about this human action, free will. How do you look at how that intersects with money? Because the money that we use, right? Like I can buy your painting, and you say, okay, this is XYZ, this amount of dollar units, and I say yes or no, or I do a counter offer or whatever, and we shake hands, and basically we did that as two free people. We made this agreement, right? But then the reward that we use to give to you in this exchange is controlled by other people. And this for me was a big moment when I realized, okay, so we could have the perception that we are having, a free conversation and a free exchange and an agreement, etc. But there's this third party that influences the actual technology we use to exchange the value, and that really opened my mind. And I wonder how you look at that when you connect just the concept of free will, being free, autonomy, etc., with using money that is controlled by other people.
I mean, right now, how I feel is very different from how I felt. Because before there was no awareness, there was this thing as like money comes and money goes, and there's this middleman, which is the galleries or whoever is in the intermediary. And so it was always like a magical thing. So it was kind of magical money. Like it's interesting. People think that Bitcoin is magical money, but actually fiat is magical money, because fiat is fake. It's fake. And so
it says on the bill, it says literally there's a text on the bill that actually tells you.
Fake. And we think, oh no, my God, you're like doing magic money. I was like, oh no, this is the only good money. This is the only one that has really value. So for me right now, because I have the knowledge, a lot of it has to do with human action and the principle that you have to act upon it. I say these things, Bitcoin is a code, right? It's a syntax. This is grammar. It exists somewhere. Now we know where it is. Before I didn't know where the coins were, but it exists in another realm. It is there. But the interesting thing about it is that when you connect to it in terms of like how you give value to it, you're already making it personal. You're making a decision of you're going to value this over that. So this is where opportunity cost on the margin arises, because every decision that you make in your life is an economical decision. All of them, even if you don't spend, if you move everything that you have in your house, everything is revolving around this idea that you have made a choice and you prefer this before you preferring this. So for me, it is really back to accountability to say, okay, I am going to be conscious about making this decision instead of this one. And basically what really solved everything for me was low time preference. Low time preference, like, oh my God, I've been living in reverse of my life. I was high time preference, like really.
Well, that's New York. That's New York.
Yes.
You can blame New York.
Yeah, but it was because you had to perform. So you have to go out. You're always going for dinner. You buy new shoes. I mean, I can tell you, like when I was packing everything to come here, I was like, why do I have so much clothes? How many jackets can I have? And I still I have very good clothes and like. I don't buy as much. I really don't buy as I used to spend. Now it's like, okay, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do it consciously. So I understand it's a decision I'm making, but I always compare everything to Satoshis because I have the calculator here. So I go, okay, if I'm going to do this instead of that, I'm going to be having less Satoshis. So right now, that's the measure for me. It's like, can I forfeit this right now and wait for the future to have that? Or is it something that I really need? Or is it a want? Or what kind of desire is this? So it has made me even more responsible of my life. So responsibility, accountability is the major.
What I absolutely love is that we should show more people that this is what Bitcoin does to you. This is, I think, in a way, the connection to being more conscious, right? Like, what am I spending my money on? What am I valuing? What am I communicating to either myself or others or my family or whoever is in my circle, right? Just being more conscious about that, because of course also the money ties in with your time and energy that you spend to acquire it, etc., right? I think this is really the core that we should tell other people, because the main argument of Keynesian people is, yeah, but if you have money that, increases in purchasing power over time, the economy will slow down and this and that, right? Like people won't blindly spend anymore. But this, what you just said, is the argument against that, right? And that's, I think, also the more like spiritual battle that is going on. Like, should you think in a way where you experience yourself being conscious about all the actions that you take, your human actions, or would you rather be guided by other external forces that push you in a certain direction and basically tell you what to do without you being conscious about what you're actually doing, which I think is the theme kind of that we're talking about.
And I think one of the things that it was crucial for me was a moment. So I did the seminar with Sefetian of the Austrian economics, like the principles of economics, when he got his book out. And I'm the kind of person that when I'm studying, either you love me or you hate me, because I ask all the questions all the time. And sometimes I don't understand, so I'm raising my hand, please. And I remember the first question I asked in the first seminar. I said, he never uses the word praxeology, which is very interesting. He explains it without using the word. So I'm very psychological. So I'm like, So he's explaining the logical way of making a decision. That what we're talking about, the conscious decision of making this over that. In my very psychological mind, because I've done Jungian psychology for like since I was like 9 years old. It's started thinking. I remember I raised my hand and said, I have a question. And he goes, yes. And I said, so what is the difference between this and I didn't know it was called praxeology and psychology. And I remember he went to the page and he goes, maybe you should read about praxeology. And I was like, okay. So it took me a while reading a lot of the context of that, what Mrs. have written about it, because we are, like human beings, we have a side that is very unconscious and we have another side that is very logical. So the whole purpose, for instance, of Carl Jung is like that you confront your fears, you confront those triggers, and then you can reveal what is in your unconscious, like the knee-jerk movement that is more like a habit. Like, all the artists in New York are being an artist because of habit. They don't want to question anything, because if you shake the boat, you might drown, right? So for me, it was interesting. I said, oh my God, I spent all this life going into the unconscious. And now what I need is something extremely logical to ground me. That's why I say Bitcoin completely gave me this synthesis, because I was very much high on the intuition and the color and the thing, all the psychedelia, but I was not grounded. And so for me, human action is like put your feet on the ground and touch the ground and feel it, like touch grass, and see that if you do this or that decision is going to alter your life for better or for worse. So I was like, and that for me was, and I always tell Saifedean, like his love for Austrian economics, I mean, he transmitted that love to me, and I love Austrian economics. It's like, I love it. It's my favorite thing in the world.
Isn't it funny that by all these different choices, you ended up saying just that?
It's like, I can see my mom, that she's no longer here, saying like, what happened to you? I always ask you to be logical. And I was like, logic, that's stupid. And my mom, she was like, oh, okay, because I was very like, Mom, let me be logical. So no. Yeah, so I needed.
You just mentioned Bitcoin is a syntax, or has a syntax. It's a protocol. It's like language or math. So we have that, which could be a certain anchor for certain people, right? Like just understanding it in a logical way, why it's anti-fragile, etc. Why something like a protocol, basically something that is a concept,
yes,
for perfectly engineered money, just that fact makes you realize that Bitcoin can never die in any form.
Yeah.
That is, of course, like one approach how you can get into Bitcoin. I think we've talked a bit about that, but we've talked more about, okay, what did it do for you? Like, how did it help you become more conscious, or, really be in that lived experience? So when did you, from just learning and studying, took it into more like the way of living, or like being able to save in Bitcoin and, perhaps be more positive about the future and have really live the long or the low time preference?
So this was interesting. So I read the books, right? And I understand low time preference, and it stays with me. This is before I even take the class with Saifedean, and I'm still with this woman. And then all of a sudden she says that she's going to teach us trading, and my eyes went like this. And I was like, okay, so here it goes. The gambling starts. And no offense, I mean, I don't know if she's ever going to listen to this, but it's like, that's not my choice. So I was like, I'm not here for that. And I started asking everybody in the class, it's like, okay, is anybody reading anything? Like we used to have a group, and I will bring like, I just heard this, I just read this, and always bringing stuff. And people very receptive. They were receiving but not giving. And I was tired of doing that. And I thought, I need a community. So this is a moment where I knew that Bitcoin had done something to me. I live 2 blocks away from the convention center, Miami. And I knew Miami 23 was coming, and because this was still 22. And I thought, is there any way that I can volunteer just to be a fly on the wall? Like, I want to go to a conference, but I want to be behind the scenes to see if these people are really, really crazy. And
Bitcoin conference, you mean?
Yes. But if I am volunteer, like if I'm working there, I can hear more than if I go and pay the ticket and I sit down. I'm actually going to be behind the wall. So I found out how to volunteer. I told a couple of friends, and they're like, "Are you okay, Monica? I never volunteered in my life. I've never been to a protest." I'm like, it's all about me. I'm very me, right? And I said, this means that Bitcoin is something for me, because if I am willing to give 3 days of my life without getting paid, it means that I'm curious. So I went to the conference. I volunteered. It was a very big conference. So I was like, okay. But I got to know people and saw that there was something very fantastic about it. There was like the energy, but I didn't know, maybe it's Miami. I don't know. So I thought, I need to go to another conference. So I volunteered into the Pacific Bitcoin in October. And then I said, maybe I should go to the next one. So I started volunteering. And by the fifth one, I had already made very good friends, because obviously you start speaking and everything. So it became a little bit of a family. I'm not very cozy to a lot of people. I have good friends, but I'm not going, in tour with big people. No, I'm not. But I started to see that I would have never been able to meet such an amazing group of people if it hadn't been for Bitcoin. Because I would have never meet these people in any part in New York or here in Miami. I would have never, even in the beach, I don't know where these people were. So it was like we were all tuned into this frequency. And this frequency was a frequency that I was asking myself to be. It's like, I want to be in a place where I am valued and I can value my life. Because I realized that Miami had given me such a big potential to be free. Because I was no longer in New York. I was still working as an artist, but under my own terms. I was super free to go to the beach every day. And I was free to study as many hours as I wanted, and to do whatever I wanted, because I didn't have to perform, to go to the dinners, to go to the openings, to talk to this person, networking. Oh my God, I'm so allergic to that word, because that's one thing you did in New York. You spent half of your life networking, trying to get that other job. I don't have to do that anymore, because the time that I have free is more to investigate why this beautiful thing makes all the sense in the world. So it was a moment that I realized, okay, I have to embody it. And so volunteer was one of the things. Then getting into my more classes and talking about it. And I discovered my first Bitcoin. That curriculum that they did in El Salvador. And so I decided to convince some of my friends in Colombia, women mostly, asking questions like, do you have a separate bank account from your husband or from your boyfriend, whatever? No. Okay, you should, and you should learn this. So you have to give me 12 hours of your life. You have to be accountable for those 12 hours. You're going to pay me very little money. You're going to put it in here. Actually, you're going to pay me in Bitcoin, but I don't have Bitcoin. Well, I'll teach you. So you pay me in Bitcoin. And so I started teaching people, not orange peeling people. And so I started enjoying it. And so I had the curriculum, and little by little, I started being very curious about how would my life be if I make Bitcoin probably the center of my life, which is right now. It is the center of my life. I speak about Bitcoin every day. Even if I'm doing artwork, I just finished a big piece in the University of Washington, and we're installing. I mean, that's woke central, University of Washington. My God, so I arrive and I'm like, oh shit, we're in woke central. Everybody looking at me. I'm like, come on, guys, it's a joke. Not really, but so we're all minute 3. I'm already talking about the one Bitcoiner that is installing. And we're talking about economics, and we're talking about socialism and everything. And the director of everything is like, they were very scared of me, because I was like, because I can get very passionate. And I'm like, I'm going to kill anybody. But it's so interesting. And I said, I wonder, this is a new building in Seattle. And it's in the same building as Boeing has. Actually, Boeing gave money to this building. It's engineering. It's the School of Engineering. And I did a huge piece there. Took 2 years. When I was installing, I turned around this is April, to the installer, and I said, I wonder if those stupid protesters are going to come here and destroy my work. And he says, why do you always speak like this about these people? And I said, because these people are lost. 3 weeks later, my work was on the news. They tried to get into the building. They didn't, because it was closed, but my work got almost destroyed. So it was very interesting. And they called me again. They says, how do you know this was going to happen? And I said, look, you don't need to be a magician. It's like when money doesn't work, you know what's going to happen. You know, these idiots are going to do that because what I'm amazed with a lot of protesters and people on the left is that they are the most pro-violence people I've met in my life. They just want violence. And as you said, they're progressive, but they're like actually in reverse because they're the people who they don't know how to be civilized. They have no idea what civilization is.
I wonder what you think of this, but last week or 2 weeks ago, I had a big realization listening to a podcast with Matthias Di Stefano. I don't know
Yes,
if you know that.
I know Matthias, yes.
Yeah. And so he was talking about, and I think you all agree with this basically, right? But if you think about the universal laws and, you know, polarity, he says like there is no manifestation, there is no reality without the polarity existing,
Yes.
right? Like the positive and the negative. So, you know, there is no light without dark. There is no good without evil. Like, so the pure nature of reality is that there are always positive energy and positive forces, and there are always negative forces. And some people are drawn to the creative positive forces, right? And some people are drawn to the negative, chaotic or the destructive forces. And that is just what it is. Like you, when you are aware of that it works like that, you can be very annoyed with, you know, these what we would say are idiots, you know, not seeing the future, not moving towards the future, actually being very, you know, anti-progressive and stuff like that. But he said something really great. And I wonder what your thought is, but he said, you know, you wouldn't be as productive or as much of a builder as you are if these people wouldn't exist, because they create the incentive for you to actually change something, right? And you don't need a lot of people to work together to actually change something. And there will always be people that don't want change. They want the chaos, you know, they thrive on that energy, which is just, again, it's not even an opinion or something. He made me realize that is just how it works. So even when we talk about, you know, this, what you just shared, or, you know, when we talk about the bigger idea of what Bitcoin could bring, the more profound impact that Bitcoin could bring, you know, you see that there is a lot of trust that is breaking down, right, in money and institutions, and, you know, even reality. What is real?
So interesting thing. Matthias is somebody that I watched when he came about. There was a channel, this 2020. And he's the first person that I actually listened to in terms of like defining what dimensions are. And it's very interesting because dimensions, we think of dimensions as they're actually like a locale, because actually the word etymologically means like it's a place that you can measure. But, you know, it is a framework. It's not really a locale and a place, but it's a state of awareness. So when I say that Bitcoin is a state of consciousness, it's because there's a part of me that is becoming in tune with the awareness of the full awareness of Bitcoin, not just as this syntax, this grammar, this code, but as the potential and how I relate to it. That's another dimension. And then when I start embodying and I buy Bitcoin and I use Bitcoin and we become Bitcoin, then you're in another dimension. So the dimensions are not outside of ourselves. You don't go high, you don't go low. It's like different ways that you can reconnect in yourself through your own state of awareness. So the first dimension is the grounding. It's like gravity. We all have a sense, like if you've done some meditations with the chakras, we have the root chakra, or like when you say touch grass, this is like the first dimension. This is when you realize that you are human. And there's gravity, there's materiality that bounds you to this earth. Now, when you go to the second dimension or the second framework, you understand that things are dual, because we are electromagnetic people. Feel like everything that vibrates is electromagnetism here, right? And so, but in the second dimension, what rules is our instinct. So you look at the cat, or you look at the dog, or whatever, the ego, whatever, like taking care of themselves. It's not their brain that is making sure, it's their instincts. And we do have the same. We have it here, the last part, this side of the brain. But it's still very knee-jerk. It's like a lot of people respond with their instinct. Now, the third dimension, where we are, this is the place of human action. This is the place of free will. I'm going to be accountable. I'm going to make a choice. And the fourth dimension, and again, they're not separate. They're different layers of the cake. You know those cakes that they have different colors? So we have this. So the part of the cake that has the fourth dimension is the emotional one. And this is a very tricky one because our emotions are memories that are embedded in our body that make us remember things that they were pleasant or unpleasant that we keep kind of like constrained, and that what is trauma. We're not going to go in there, but that's where it is. So being emotional is actually really good if you know how to respond to those triggers like fear or anger or sadness. But if you are still like owned by the emotions, if you're still part of the blob of the emotion, then you're going to move like all those animals that are moving around. So that's the fourth dimension. The fifth dimension is where Bitcoin, astrology, and all the logos exist as grammar. Like all the things that we study, Austrian economics, everything is there. You can study. It's like going to a book, to a bookstore and getting the books out and say, oh, look, this book about this or that is there. But the book alone is nothing. Bitcoin alone is nothing. Bitcoin needs you to start relating to it. That's the next dimension. That's the sixth dimension. This is, I'm going to have a relationship with the book and I'm going to learn and I'm going to come here and we're going to ask questions. And so we're going to have a relationship. And in those relationships is where we find some things that are in accordance or things that are not in accordance. And that's harmonics, right? We find each other in different parts of the wave. And sometimes we are in agreement, in a dialogue, or sometimes I go, Bram, I don't think so. And you say, but hear me out. And then maybe a third thing appears and you go, oh my God, I didn't think about that. That's the seventh dimension. When you actually see the architecture of everything emerging as something new. And the last of there are 12 dimensions, but I'm going to speak only about the eighth one is what Federico Fagin, that I think I sent you the note. He's a physicist that talks about consciousness. He says that this is really the state of God, like where you become aware that you are the observer of your life. This is pure quantum mechanics, and you are aware of that duality. You are aware of your thinking. You're aware of your emotional body. This is a dimension. It's not that you're higher or lower. It's just like you have that awareness. Now, The last one is what the Zen and the Tao is called Wu Ji, or nothing. This is everything. There's no nothing. So Matthias did a whole thing about dimensions, and that's where I started really thinking a lot about it in 2020. So he's asked a lot of times about this negative, positive, but before even going to the other person, you have to see yourself as this duality because you have that in yourself all the time as well.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes. I've once written down after a ceremony, you are the infinite consciousness experiencing yourself in the now forever, basically, right?
Beautiful.
That is, I think,
yes.
what you just said.
Yes.
So but like I can say that now, I can know, or this is my lived experience. Like I think that is the truth. But the duality exists in operating in the physical world, right? So
I'm going to say something because may I say something about your chart?
Yes.
Okay. You're here. I mean, you're here for many things, but one of the things you are here, like direction of your life, is to create a balance between what is ideas, like what are the ideas that you love, but also to embody them. And that's the major challenge that you have in your life, is to actually start trusting. You have a super analytical mind, and you're very grounded because of it. And it's fantastic. It's fantastic. You have many planets in Virgo, and so you're analytical and you give value to that, and you're very like meticulous about certain things. But the chance and the opportunity you have in this life, and you're going to have it in many different ways, is to actually trust that embodied experience, because that's going to be your wisdom. Because the day you die, you don't want to say he read 100,000 books. You want them to say, wow, that guy really lived a life. He kind of like embraced it. So you're here embracing it. And there are many aspects in your chart, but part of it is that, because that's going to open up whatever, let's say the word trauma or whatever limitation you feel that it could be creatively, that you really want to expand, because you really want to expand. But sometimes you want to be solid, and you're a little bit more like, no, let's think about it. So I don't know how much of your mind is always going, and then when you actually jump, you're like, holy shit. But then you go, okay, I'm going to land. So it's a little bit of that I see in your chart.
Yeah, I love that. So thank you for sharing. And for context, like, I send you my details, and you made a live chart for me, and I mean, that is super recognizable what you just said, and that ties in, I think, to what I wanted to say, is that I really experienced that. So I experienced the knowing, like not from the studying, but by experiencing it and knowing that there is a certain truth that I adhere to, and that I also from time to time really experience that if you give yourself to that, you can be the vehicle for any manifestation, yes, in this plane. And I've definitely experienced that, but it goes like up and down, right? And so that's what I wanted to mention. Like, you can know it, but doing it is actually the whole life experience, wouldn't you say?
And what I think it happens to you, maybe, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, that sometimes there are difficult situations that give you breakthroughs, because your chart is full of the harmonics in your life there's certain aspects. So you have, like, if the planets are together, they're married. Oh, I love you. So they become potent. And when they're like in 180 degrees, they're like either or. And so there's always this try to balance. But when you have an angle called 150 degrees, it's a blind spot. It's like when you're driving in the highway and you don't see the car coming. So a lot of these events that happen to you, and they kind of like move you into your direction, are things that you were not expecting. They come and they go boom, and you go. So in a way, it's not that you're going to have a lot of them, but every time that this happens, they're always like a gift that you gave yourself in this life, so you can actually go, okay, this is the way. And they're going to take you outside of that comfort zone that you want. That we all want comfort zone. And you are very, I don't know how connected you are with your family, your ancestry, and something like that. But there's a part of yourself that is very much attached to that. And the direction of your life is to actually be a leader in what you have to do. But it's not that you're going to be, what's the name of that tale where you're like singing and all the rats are coming. You're not that kind of leader.
Yeah.
No. You don't need to. No. You're just going to own it. Like, your leadership comes from like you being you.
Thanks for sharing. Yeah. I think that resonates a lot. And maybe that ties into what I also wanted to ask you is, so how, if Bitcoin is like this mind virus and it's like a 1-by-1 conversion, people getting in touch with Bitcoin through different touch points, looking at it from different dimensions, going on this personal journey of eventually being, I'd say more, experience more autonomy, being more conscious, etc. How does that tie into like a broader paradigm shift? Like, how do we get as many people as possible?
I'm going to break your bubble. I'm going to break your bubble.
That's just a question.
Yeah, I'm going to break it. But this is the thing. I do a lot of charts of Bitcoiners, and I'm very interested in something. I'm very interested in trying to understand what is it about Bitcoin that rings a bell, or is a frequency that other Bitcoiners tune into. What is it about it? Yeah, it's the money part, and yes, it's the freedom part, and yes, it's the human action. Yeah. We can always say, oh, because it's so crazy. But there's something very much about cellular memory, and you gotta, like, I believe in past lives, and I believe that we come here to remembering stuff. And so there's a cellular memory from ancient times where we actually misused power in general, humanity. And when we saw Bitcoin, we recognized that we have another opportunity in this life, and that's where millennials come into place. We have an incredible opportunity in this lifetime to repair. That's why Bitcoin fixes it. I don't like when it's said like that, but it does make sense. It's like you see the potential of rebuilding a society that is not non-violent, that is collaborative, that is innovative. You actually see the principles there. You go, wow, why aren't anybody else doing that? Like, it's just like when everybody starts thinking, like, what on earth is going on? Why is fiat so wrong? But it's not about quantity and knowing astrologically where we are. 2025 it's not going to be worse or better than 2020, but it's, as people told us, 2020. And we are living the fourth turning, and we already see it. I mean, I don't care about any politician, whatever. I just laugh so much because it's another performance, right? But what is happening right now is that the people who are actually going to be in tune with it, they're going to get along. They're going to come, even in the last minute. They're going to come. They're going to help rebuild. But not everybody is made like that. You see, what are we going to do with all the woke Marxists that are going to vote for that guy in New York? I mean, why am I even going to waste 1 minute on them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's why other people call me lack of compassion. It's like, no, it's not. Because you see, with human action, you have to make a step towards wanting to have a better life. You have to get out of the jail because it's mental.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be awakened. You have to listen to something, go, oh my God, you have to go down that rabbit hole.
I say that Bitcoin is a mirror in that sense.
Yes.
If you get out, right, and you adopt this parallel money, and you start at least attempting to live that, you know, that's how you resonate. That's what other people see with regards to you, and I think the longer Bitcoin survives, the more clear it becomes that there is a difference in the lived life experience of either the people that are still stuck and angry in the fiat money system, and you know, the people that are nihilistic about the future, that don't want to have kids because they don't, you know, they cannot afford it, or, you know, all these things, and then on the other side, these people from all walks of life that have found and adopted Bitcoin and are trying to live it in their own way. And they are actually more positive, right? And they are excited about the future. And like, so I think that also helps. But I do think that takes a long time, you know, and just as with your friend who reached out back to you and be like, hey, what is this thing? You know, like how are you thinking?
But you know what is the difference? Is the level of awareness that you're willing to have in order to see and recognize that where you're at could be a better place. It's awareness. It's just like you put light. And you go, oh my God, I didn't know this. But you have to move. You see, for instance, I say, people said to me, oh, you're so lucky you moved to Miami. I said, I don't believe in luck. You know why I don't believe in luck? Because there's no good or bad luck. There's good and bad decisions. So I made a good decision coming here. I wanted to lower the cost of living. I mean, New York is like, oh my God, you need so much money there. And so I lowered so much, I couldn't believe it. 5 minutes away from the beach. Oh my God, like, I mean, everything changed. And I said, I just changed my the perception of my life, the perspective completely shifted. And then that's why I saw Bitcoin, because if I had been in New York, I would have never found it, Bitcoin. Never. Because you're so much like, I don't know, like the atmosphere is noise.
I would add the word apparently.
Yeah.
Because you can only look back, right? Well, apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
A right decision.
I mean, and it was, no, but for me, it was a good decision. If I 5 years this week. And so if I compare where I was and where I am and where I'm going, because I already have plans of where I'm going, and it's all like Bitcoin related. It's just giving me so many incentives of keep on teaching, keep on reading, keep on learning, keep on writing. I'm writing a second book right now. It's all about value. It's just so important, value, that I say, you know, it's a whole architecture of how to get into the sense of value, and spoken from very different perspectives. And so I can write this and inspire other people to do that or not. It doesn't matter. But I find that when you are creative, and we're all creators, by the way, when you create something, like you have a podcast that's very creative, when you actually move towards something, you are changing the world.
Yes.
You are.
So for millennials that feel that there is something going on. You know, the financial odds are stacked against them. They, you know, see that the path they thought they would have, just like their parents and grandparents, is not really existing. What would you say to them? Like, what's the first step or opening that you would suggest for, kind of reclaiming back that agency and feeling of freedom? And does Bitcoin play any role in that, or is it totally something else?
Well, I met a lot of millennials. I would say that most of my friends are millennials right now, and I understand the anguish and anxiety that your generation could feel, like you're the last in the boat, like you missed the train, there's this sense of like, what the hell, you know, like we're supposed to do this, especially like the younger ones, 1983, 84, 85, like they actually did everything under the books. I mean, you and people even younger, they're already like, oh, okay, we can adapt. So it's a question of like honesty. And when I speak to them, because I do have a lot of friends and I do a lot of readings, and they come to me and I go like, keep on going and keep on asking questions, keep on, like, don't get satisfied with what they're giving you. If they say the universal basic income is it, try to find out why it works and why it doesn't. You cannot just accept that this is because the government is telling you that they're going to take care of you. You have to trust that. You have to ask questions. So I said, stay awake by asking questions. And then I always end up saying, you know, I do a lot of Instagram, and I love Instagram because there's a lot of woke people there. So there's a posted there, they come, and I like to come in and just comment. And I met so many new people. They go, I love your comment. You were the only crazy one saying the truth. So because I always speak about Austrian economics. So there was this guy, what's the name of this Greek economist,
Varoufakis, yeah.
Yeah, whatever. He was, there's this person, he was saying that he had, this clip almost made me, he said that there should be, the new money should be this thing that the government give you, like a wallet. He used the word wallet, a wallet, and then that wallet they give you money and everything. And I'm like, is he talking about blockchain? What is he talking about? So I said, this is bullshit. I didn't use that word. I said, this is bollocks. This is like not true because this and this and this and this and this. So I got so many people against me, like, what are you talking about? And so, okay, long story short, 3 days of me going back and forth, which I love. Then I have somebody writes me a very long millennial. He says, I can't believe that I discovered you. I'm going to Substack and you're writing about this. You make so much sense. And so we've been having conversation on Zoom, and from, I don't know, like 20 of those things that I post, always kind of showing, read the creature from Jekyll Island, read Saifedean's Fiat Money.